Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Getting started here with the finance meeting. I'm going to turn it over to our city attorney and our CFO to give an introduction, and then we will get started on a lengthy but informative and important agenda.
Good morning. Today's meeting of the Finance and Economic Resiliency Committee has been scheduled in a hybrid format, with a quorum of the committee physically present and remaining members, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting virtually, members of the public may dial 1-888-475-4499 toll-free and enter the webinar ID, which is 863-6059-5462#. Or you may log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 863-6059-5462. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they are using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if you are participating by phone.
Thank you. Just have a few announcements. Time certain items. Item number 8 on the agenda is 10:30. Item number 18, 10:31. Item number 1, 10:35. Item number 2, 10:40. Item number 3, 10:45. Item number 23, 11:30. Item number 25, 11:45. Item 19, 12 noon. There are 3 deferrals. Item 17 was deferred by the sponsor. Item 20 was deferred by the sponsor, and item 41, which is actually a future item, was deferred by the sponsor from April to May. And last item is linked. There'll be a linkage of items 4 and 12, which are both related to parking, will be heard at the same time. That is all, Chair.
Excellent. I appreciate it. Let's get kicked off. We have the single hauler item. We are going to go to item number 8. Commissioner Fernandez, your item, I would love for you to kick it off.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an item I placed on the agenda as a result of the action taken at the City Commission to reject the responses that we had begun or that we had received, and as such, it places us in this position where we need to, discuss a new procurement for this very important service, which is waste hauling. And I believe that it was the desire of our collective City Commission to move forward with a single waste hauler model in our city, which leaves us in the position of having to then prepare a new solicitation and what the criteria would look like for that solicitation. Our staff, I believe, has been reaching out to other jurisdictions that perhaps may be engaged in this same type of single waste hauler model, and has kind of picked out what are the best practices for that, and has prepared for us what a document should look like. So with that, if you allow me, Mr. Chair, I'd like to recognize our Public Works Director, Mr. Gomez, to present for us the research they've made and their professional recommendations to this body, not to provide direction, but so that we can offer a recommendation ultimately to the City Commission.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Joe Gomez, Public Works Director. As Commissioner Fernandez pointed out, we started already doing our outreach, looking at reaching out to other municipalities that have a similar model. So we've outlined in our memo some recommendations to you all in terms of what we feel would be appropriate to include in the upcoming RFP. So, for example, the length of service, we're recommending a minimum of 7 to 10 years, and very important, the significant capital cost of a model like this, where the single hauler is going to have to provide a menu of different types of compactors, the actual bins themselves and all that, that requires a significant capital. So because we're going to be negotiating prices with that selected hauler, the idea is to provide a long-term agreement so that they can provide the best competitive pricing. So that's one of the recommendations. In terms of the weighting criteria, as we go into the RFP, we're suggesting for pricing that price should have a range of 40 to 60% of the weighting criteria should be based on the price. Again, the way that will work is we'll provide them with a menu of all the items that should be included in the contract, and as such, then they will provide us that pricing and we'll be able to negotiate with them. Other things we should also look at, one of the things that was a concern even when we were doing the other procurement was the bulk pickup, to provide some sort of bulk pickup service for multifamily, which has always been a concern. So we want to make sure that that's included in there. And then very important, I believe, is the issue of the current franchise fee, which is 24%, and the way that's broken up, the franchise fee is 20% a flat fee plus a 2% fee for the usage of the right-of-way, because they're working within our right-of-way with the wear and tear, and then an additional 2% that goes to the Environment and Sustainability department, where it provides funding for positions as well as programs. And we feel that that 24% franchise fee has to be factored in, because on a single hauler system, you have a service fee that's associated with that. And this franchise fee represents a significant amount of the funding that goes to the sanitation department. So again, financial analysis will need to be done to see how that's factored into the negotiation. And Jason, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. You know, the sanitation fund is, if you recall, either through their onboarding or through the last budget process, sanitation fund is one of those funds, unfortunately, that is structurally imbalanced. We have more expenditures than we have revenue coming in. Luckily, it has a decent fund balance, but it has been slowly eating through that fund balance over the years. The commission has shown interest, obviously, because related to litter pickup, a new gum removal program, additional pressure washing of sidewalks. There's several more items coming up on the commission. So even off the current level of service, there's seems to be an interest to increase those. But we need to look at is the revenue side of that. Since we would be moving to this really a structural change in the sanitation fund by moving to a single hauler system, you know, and talking with the Public Works Department, we think we need to bring in someone to give us a little bit of help here, not only for the prep of the RFQ, but to look at really the whole fund up and down, and then to recommend a new franchise or whatever fee structure, whatever terminology gets used in, you know, in the lingo, so that we can have the revenue to cover all the wonderful things that we want to provide for our residents. So it may be useful, obviously it's the will of this committee, but to maybe recommend, you know, to keep the item here, obviously, because this is going to be a long discussion, I think, but to send back to commission to engage, you know, to direct staff to engage with a consultant to assist the Public Works Department to prepare that RFQ and all the analysis needed to come up with a new, you know, funding structure.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. CFO. And I will defer to my colleague commissioner that sponsored this, but after talking with staff during our briefings, I think I'm fine with that process, and it's kind of where I want to lie, is not to get too hands-on today, but I'm in line with the recommendation from the CFO and staff of keeping this in committee so we can have a more substantive discussion, but essentially engaging in a consultant to go out and craft some of these terms and how this would be structured in preparing for an RFQ, RFP.
If I may, Mr. Chair, and one of the things that I want to make sure that we understand well is what are the impacts to the sanitation fund? I think that is certainly something that we need to understand very clearly, Mr. CFO, Mr. Director, as well as, you know, how does that translate into the fiscal year 25 budget that we're about to head into. Obviously, a single hauler exclusive model will generate certain overhead for the city, added responsibilities that previously the industry was in charge of, that now will become the responsibility of our municipal government, and do we have the ability to absorb that all within one fiscal year? Do we need to course that out over several fiscal years? And that's something that I think is still, that, among other things, needs to be baked out as well. One of the things I also is not lost in me is still the possibility, I've mentioned this now a number of times, of a hybrid of sorts, that we look either, at a single waste hauler, an exclusive waste hauler for the small residential buildings, or for a geographic area of our city, while maintaining a non-exclusive model for the rest of the city. Having been going through this process and sitting through many committee meetings and hearing from so many stakeholders about this, it seems like the concerns about the non-exclusive model originated mainly from the smaller residential buildings, and specifically, properties in South Beach. And I could understand why so. There's very unique dynamics in South Beach. You're dealing with alleyways, or you're dealing with smaller streets. You're dealing with a geographical area of our city that has very unique needs, being in a historic district, than other areas of our city. And so perhaps something that could be further researched, further considered, could be, do we move forward with a single waste hauler, either just for the smaller residential buildings with fewer than 25 units, and I think at some point that may have been proposed by Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez at some point, or just look at South Beach and just looking at that geographic area of South Beach and saying, okay, this area of the city, because of the unique circumstances and the unique needs we have here, we can do the single hauler system here, and then move to a non-exclusive model for the rest of the city. I think those are things that a consultant can also help us with, and come back to this committee with recommendations. And the only other thing I would put on the record is that if we are going to move forward with a consultant, I would just urge the administration to consider a different consultant. Let's not engage with the same consultant, that we dealt with already, and now that we're having to go through this entire process. Let's engage a different consultant.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Bott, and for the record, I think that's where I lie. I just want to give the staff and administration flexibility to come back with a plethora of options.
Thank you, sir.
So I'm a big fan of measure twice, cut once, and we are already in year 3 of this process, I think. So I share the sentiments voiced so far. I would also like to encourage the consultant to look at a different set of cities, because when I first came into this process in December, I was quite taken aback that the cities that were considered were very different from what we have here in Miami Beach. And I know they were all Florida cities, but if you look at cities like Savannah and Charleston and Boston and New Orleans that have a very robust mix of historic scale buildings, streets, and public spaces, as well as newer development, I think that is a more relevant consideration set to be included, not exclusively necessarily, but to be included. And the fact that they weren't considered at all made me really wonder how we were informing ourselves, because we have a weird and wonderful little city with weird and wonderful little pockets, and we need to make sure that we get that. In addition to the items already addressed in terms of what the residents, what we've all been asking for, and that we're going to have to be willing to pay for. I mean, and nothing comes for free, right? So if we want cleaner streets and shiny new trucks that don't make noise and leak, then that is going to be baked into the cost. But the other thing that has been brought up recently, and for a little bit, is the idea of composting. And whether or not that is a citywide, or if it's an add-on service that people can opt into, I think, and maybe it's something we don't engage with, and that's fine, but I think it should be part of the conversation to see if it's desired widely enough to make sense, or feasible, if it's a different program entirely, whatever. And I don't think I need to belabor this any further, so good luck. Godspeed.
Thank you.
I had a question. Commissioner Bond, you referred to a consultant. Who, you guys keep saying, who's the consultant?
In the documents prepared for our December meeting, there was information about a consultant that was hired to make a recommendation to the staff, and all that, like a year or two ago.
Yeah,
So-
and I can clarify that if you like, Vice Chair. When we started the process back 18 months, almost 2 years ago, with the non-exclusive, we had retained the services of MSW. MSW was the consultant that first provided the initial presentation to the FERC committee, and they still are currently under contract to the city. My understanding is that the committee and the commission would want us to go through a new procurement, which is perfectly fine, but I just wanted to make you aware that that's the consultant that we had.
So I've evolved in this entire process. When this first, it's true. I have come to, I've met with enough different garbage and trash providers, or solid waste providers, excuse me, to understand. Initially, when we started out, as a single-family homeowner in Miami Beach, we work through the city. We don't have to enter into our own contract to have waste hauling services. So we never have any issues. And initially, and South Beach is a different story. Any multifamily, South Beach and any multifamily across Miami Beach, they have, how many different waste haulers are we working with right now?
2.
We have 2 different waste haulers.
For the non-exclusive, which is multifamily of 9 and above.
Okay.
As well as the commercial.
But there's other brokers, right? I mean, it's not
brokers
just
are
2
complete-
waste haulers, it's more than that.
Brokers are completely separate from the waste hauler. The brokers are the ones that negotiate prices they're the middle person that negotiate price between the customer, those who choose to engage a broker.
But the
So
ordinance
what's
allows up to
happening-
5. The
but
ordinance allows up to 5.
The ordinance allows up to 5, but what
Yes.
we've been seeing across the city is problems with these contracts and smaller associations getting into legal problems and price gouging, and they're not getting the services that they want, and they're being forced into contracts, and they are on some level, there's been some extortion, there's been some shenanigans. Okay, so initially we were gonna just move to a one hauler system. But as I've spoken to the multi-haulers over time, what I found in my discussions is that there's, first of all, a long history of garbage routes, okay? Some companies have had a certain garbage route since like 1980, okay? So they know that route like no one else does, and it's very territorial. So I understand us coming in and breaking up the entire thing and saying, all right, we want all of you to be accountable to the city. And I think that what we had come to prior to this was a great option because it allowed for protection and single hauler system. Well, first of all, we want to protect everybody. But in the smaller, we want to protect the smaller associations more than anything else. And so that bifurcation of what was the amount of apartments, Joe?
We went from 9 to 25. The threshold
So-
we set was 25.
So any building with less
Than
than
25.
25 units is going to go through the city and has the same rights per se, or the city will be the contractor. They're not going to any longer enter into contracts.
Under the
With the
under the
companies.
prior procurement, it was still a non-exclusive model, ma'am. So you would still, even though what we did was we put a threshold of price increase from the 9 to 25 so that they could not increase the price, and I believe it was 8% per year that we capped it at. But it was still a competitive market, meaning that the building that had 20 units, for example, could go out and negotiate assuming we selected all 5 of the haulers on the non-exclusive model, they could negotiate the best price.
The problem that.
But it's not a single haul. I
The
just
only
wanted to
problem that I
clarify.
have with that is that in a large building, for example, a large hotel, right, that has a team of lawyers and all sorts of, and tremendous resources and, tens of millions of dollars in revenue per year. For example, like the Fontainebleau. I don't worry so much about them, but I do worry about a condo that has 300 units that does not have a team of legal, a legal staff that doesn't have, tens of millions of dollars in revenue, and that can't necessarily negotiate. And it's also, at the behest of these condo associations that, as you know, because you live in a large condo, both of you, those condo boards change yearly. None of them are experts in waste hauling. None of them. You do have access to condo attorneys. So the question is, how can we, if it was up to me, and I wanted to do this really fairly so that every single resident gets a service that I have right now, which is that I never have to speak to the waste hauler directly. It just comes on my water bill. I think that the best method here is all resident buildings go under single hauler, and the commercial can go to these multi-waste haulers. Yeah. That makes sense. It provides protection for every single resident, okay? None of the residents are gonna get extorted. They're not gonna turn it, even like a building, for example, like 5660, where we have Cafe Bernie. It has like 350 units, it's a massive building.
Commissioner, if I could, just because I had this for a 1-minute discussion because.
Well, I understand, but this is, I have to just kind of explain
Okay.
where
I mean, we could
am
sit here for an hour and talk. I mean, we've discussed this ad nauseum.
Okay, I have the, first of all, it's my turn, and I haven't interrupted anyone else. So I don't want to be interrupted. Okay? I think that that is the fair thing to do. All resident buildings are single hauler, all commercial. If it's the Wild West and the businesses come to us afterwards and the hotels say, we want the same advantages, okay, then we can change it in the future. But that to me seems like the fair thing. And it's a compromise. And that is what I would propose moving forward. I don't know how you feel about that, but that offers resident protections. It also doesn't, I'm not sure what it will do with the routes, because I do understand the waste hauling industry too with their historical routes, but nothing is ever set in stone forever. And our job here is to protect the residents. So I understand, I can assess right now that Commissioner Magazine is not in agreement with me, or he would not have interrupted me.
It's not that I'm not in agreement. I don't.
Wait. I'm just finishing, and I would like to hear from everyone else and hear how they feel.
Mr. Chair?
And I was not aggressive, so I don't like the tone either.
It's not aggressive. I think the direction here wasn't to take action. It was to say to staff,
Yes.
go out and prepare a different menu of options, exactly what you're talking about. So now we're all just sitting here.
No, we're not, because let me just explain. I would like that to be among the menu options, because as much as I've thought about this and I've met with the waste haulers and I've talked to the industry, I think what needs to be ever present in our minds is that, look, we are representative of both commercial and residential interests, but these large residential buildings cannot be lumped in with commercial buildings, because the Fontainebleau and an adjacent condo are not the same entities.
Sure, I said exactly that last meeting. It's
So-
not that I don't agree with you.
So, I mean, I would like
Yeah.
that to be one of our
So
options.
if I may, I think the last thing we want is to get another 200 pages of someone insinuating we're not informed. And so, it took us 18 months, for someone to insinuate we weren't informed. So Joe,
Yes, sir.
you've heard feedback from all of us.
And I do want to recognize Commissioner Dominguez as well, but go ahead.
Of course, yes, yes. And Commissioner Dominguez, she's worked so hard on this, and she's followed this over the course of the past year as well, and presented the original motion on this. So definitely great deference to Commissioner Dominguez and her leadership. Let's study what Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez is suggesting. The residential's bifurcated from the commercial. Okay. But also let's look at the other option. Let's look at the other option. If we look at a geographical area of the city where we've been hearing more from our residents, that are concerned about the unique needs in that area, and we just look at it from a geographical perspective, and we say in this area of the city, let's explore the single hauler option, and then let's go non-exclusive for the rest of the city. Give us the different options. So that we can, once again, make an informed decision on this.
Yeah, if we can recognize Commissioner Dominguez, Rick, and I think we'd like to move on, Joe, and
Thank
then
you.
let's wrap up and let me know, give me your interpretation of what you're being instructed to do after Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. What we had voted on at the last commission meeting was the item for a single hauler system. And Commissioner Magazine had brought up the commercials, and I explained that I had done my homework on this and looking for a single hauler for both the multifamily and the commercial was what a lot of the businesses had been telling me was best for the city. Right now, the discussion went off on a separate tangent that wasn't what was voted on for the commission, from the commission. And I'm in agreement with Commissioner Magazine and Commissioner Bott for the consultant to look into the different criteria, look into other cities and come back to us with real information on that. But the bifurcating and all of that separate items, that wasn't part of the motion that was voted on at commission. So it almost feels like we're taking a step backward after all the hard work that we did on this item. And I don't know if there's opportunity for public comment, but I know that there is someone that would like to speak on this item as well.
Mr. Chair, if I may? Please. Okay, if we're looking at the criteria for single hauler, I think it's completely appropriate to consider what do we want the single hauler addressing? Do we want the single hauler addressing all multifamily and commercial waste collections in the entire city of Miami Beach? Do we want them looking at only residential under 25? Do we want them looking only at a geographical area of our city? With all due respect, to Commissioner Dominguez, you know, I don't think this is, you know, out of context with what we referred to committee in my item. You know, the whole point was to look at the criteria. And I think part of that criteria is, you know, tailoring the scope of what we want for single hauler. It could be that it applies to every single multifamily residential property and every single commercial property in the city of Miami Beach. Could very well be it. Or it could be that it applies to certain. I think that that's completely within the prerogative of this committee to discuss as part of the item that was sent to us by the city commission. Mr. Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong on whether it is appropriate, because the last thing I want is to be blasted on another 200 pages on procedure.
What I would recommend is that we make if the committee desires, make a recommendation to the commission so that the commission can then agree that this is the direction the commission wants to take as a whole, because right now the direction is to prepare an RFP for a single hauler. So if you want to consider variations on that theme, I think we should get the commission as a whole to do so, to make sure that the process is seamless.
Okay, thank you. So I think that's the direction we'll take. We will keep this in committee, however, refer this back to the full commission about the direction to take for recommending an RFP, RFQ.
If I can, to help facilitate, if I'm making my notes correctly, so obviously correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the interest is to retain the item at FERC and to return with options, and to recommend to the commission to direct staff to engage with a consultant to assist staff with procurement preparation and sanitation fund financial analysis, to utilize a new consultant, and this is the one that and that a hybrid model, we'll call it a hybrid because it's all the options, right? Hybrid model would be part of that analysis. If that's the recommendation.
Yes, not the preconceived outcome, because exclusive single hauler could be the solution. But to Commissioner Fernandez's point, if there's a bifurcation of some sort, you know, let's at least have that returned as an option.
So I think if that's the recommendation, I don't know if you have a vote or,
I think by acclamation we can.
or by acclamation.
We could do it by acclamation,
Yeah.
but
By acclamation?
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez is.
Yeah.
Oh, that,
Thank you.
all right, so we'll show up by acclamation? Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Moving to the 1031.
If I may, I like to defer item number 20.
Item number, which one?
Item number 20, let me see.
I'm sorry, I announced at the beginning, item number 20 is deferred.
Yeah.
Okay, thank
Yep.
you.
Cool. No, okay, perfect. We will move on to the 1031 time certain. Let's hear item number 18. Commissioner Bott, I believe that this is your item.
I'm sorry, I forgot to do it the last time. Can I just read the item's title for the record?
Feel free to, everybody correct me on procedure. This is a work in progress.
We're all doing it. Okay. Number 18 is discuss sponsorship of the MIA Media Group Legacy 20th Anniversary Gala in the amount not to exceed $25,000 for the 2024 event, number 18.
Yeah, this is, without belaboring the history too much, this is an important Black-owned media company, one of the largest in the country, that has not had an event here in many, many, many years for unfortunate reasons, and they are eager to come back and bring the business of having this legacy gala event back to the city, and I think that it is the right thing to do, and with that, I will turn it over to Heather Shaw to tee it up in more detail.
Thank you, Commissioner. Heather Shaw, Assistant Director, Economic Development. Good morning, everyone. Commissioner, I think you really laid the foundation. MIA Media Group is an organization that publishes articles and information about the Black community or the Black diaspora of Miami. They are having a 20th anniversary legacy gala. It's going to take place on Miami Beach. They have not been in Miami Beach for, as the commissioner said, a number of years. They've been going outside of Miami, and we think this is a wonderful opportunity to bring them back to Miami Beach. It is an opportunity for us to partner with them to highlight, honor, and celebrate the Black community and the leadership and the next generation. This is also sponsored, it has been sponsored and endorsed by the Miami Beach Black Affairs Advisory Committee. They are going to be able to also continue through their publication and through our sponsorship. We're also going to be able to utilize their services to promote and attract and retain diverse businesses on Miami Beach.
And if I might just add, they recently published a cover article about our Chief of Police, Wayne Jones, which was terrific, and I believe Mayor Daniela Levine Cava is their new
Honorary chair.
Honorary chair. So this is a high-profile, terrific event, and we are often asked to support high-profile, terrific events for the community, and I don't see why we wouldn't do the same for this one.
Are you moving that?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Perfect. All in favor?
We can show it by acclamation?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. This is
Thank
a
you.
great event. And
Thank
thank you, Commissioner Bott, for bringing this. Heather, also, if you want to stay, we will move on to an update from the Economic Development Department. And I believe the Lincoln Road bid may want to be a part of this as well. Was that your intent, Commissioner Fernandez?
41st Street.
41st.
41st. I'm sorry. I was looking at Yehil and said that. No Freudian slip.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Commissioners. Raquel Williams, Assistant City Manager. So the item before you outlines many of the activities undertaken by the Economic Development Department. I know that the sponsor, Commissioner Fernandez, requested to tee up the conversation about 41st Street. Prior to doing so, if I may turn your attention to a section of the memorandum that speaks to the Normandy Isle area. In prior FERC discussions back in October of last year, the FERC entertained a conversation about the city providing chairs and tables and umbrellas at the Normandy Fountain area. The committee recommended that we go and speak to the Normandy Fountain Business Association that currently has an agreement with the city to activate the area to see if they may be open to amending that agreement to allow them to sort of manage the table and chair operation at the Normandy Fountain area. So the action that we're seeking today on this item specific to the Normandy Fountain area would be to recommend to the commission that we negotiate an amendment with the Normandy Fountain Business Association so that we can get that process going. This has sort of been tabled since October, since the committee had not met and this item had not come before the committee. So I just wanted to point that out as a potential action item for this memorandum.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Fernandez, did you want to, what direction did you want to go here?
Well, I'd like to get, you know, more details from the 41st Street bid. as to the discussions they've been engaging in, the process that was engaged, just a little bit more insight as to what's been happening on 41st Street.
Sure. So, Commissioner, the Economic Development Department is the official liaison to the Mayor's 41st Street Blue Ribbon Committee. We have also been the liaison for the newly formed 41st Street Business Improvement District, which was approved by the Commission as well as a majority of the property owners on 41st Street. So the discussions related to the 41st Street Committee as to potential opportunities on 41st Street has been going on for a number of years. The 41st Street bid, although recently formed, they've been very active and engaged. They've been meeting monthly at least, and they have hired an executive director, and they really want to promote opportunities on 41st Street, both from a marketing perspective as well as a redevelopment perspective. You may recall that in the past, the City Commission authorized a request for letters of interest for redevelopment of city-owned properties near 41st Street. The 41st Street Committee has supported that via motion. The administration did issue a RFLI. 12 responses were received. The administration has not taken any further steps. Essentially, there has been no direction following receipt of those expressions of interest. And so the 41st Street Committee continues to advocate for exploring that opportunity. And I believe the 41st Street bid is also potentially interested in that opportunity.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
I don't think there's any doubt that 41st Street needs help. One thing that has baffled me recently, though, is that the Forge, what's happening with the Forge property? Because I think that has really left a gap. Okay, we don't have any place to go and eat or have a drink or anything like that. Can you guys give us an update on that? I know that David Gretman had said that he was going to do something in that spot, and then it just disappeared.
Commissioner, that is the information that we have received as well. We have not gotten any further updates on what the activation of the Forge will be and the timing of that activation. Ira Giller is here, the president of the bid. I'm not sure if he has any additional information from that property owner, but at this time, we do not have any further information.
I would love for, hi, Mr. Geller. I would love for you guys independently of this to reach out and find out what is going on. Could the city of Miami Beach offer them any sort of incentive to get the place up and running and open again? That's something that we can probably, if we work with the property owners, get done, get done now. I would ask you guys, I don't know if I have to bring a separate item and single out the business to do it, or if we can just do this here at the committee level, but that is important. Don't you guys agree?
100%.
Yeah, so we'd like to find out what's going on with the Forge property. I know that we had a very ambitious project. How much money do we have budgeted? Like $8 million?
I'm sorry, for the GeoBond Streetscape project, the initial budget was $15 million. I'm not sure of the balance as it stands today, as it has gone through several months of the design and review process and the permitting process. So I'm not sure how much has been expended to date, but the budget is $15 million.
So we are moving forward in a redesign of the sidewalks, and okay, so that's good that at least we're moving forward. I'm glad that we have a bid. Mr. Giller, do you want to give us any updates on what's happening on 41st Street?
I'd be delighted to, thank you. The bid really came into effect in December. We've been meeting, as you said, monthly. We have a board meeting next week. One of the big agenda items to talk about is to dream together as to where we're going as a street. There's recognition that we need to change and revitalize 41st Street by bringing in some more restaurants, some better tenants, a better mix of tenants, and that if we work collectively together as the property owners, we can begin to focus in on targeting these new categories of prospective tenants. We have a commitment from the property owners in establishing the bid to put our money where our mouth is and make things happen and make things change on 41st Street. We've hired an executive director. Amy is here with us today. And we've received our first group of funds from collecting of the tax through the city. We received that in February and early March, and we're finally getting everything in position. I think several property owners have an interest in looking seriously at redeveloping their properties. There's some questions as to whether giving away or however the structure may be on the parking lots on some of those RFLIs that we think we want to look at and what we think to be fair to the current property owners, fair to what can develop the street in the best way. So I think it's going to go through a bit of a process in evaluating how best to move forward, and that's our immediate agenda in the next couple of months. Ultimately, we would like the bid to also become very much a marketing entity, that once we have a clear direction for the future, that we're moving along in that area. And as most of you have seen, there have been the releases. I've made a commitment to put my money where my mouth is. I've got before the planning board this coming Tuesday a new office building on the property that I own on the south side of 41st Street. I think that is a catalyst. The renovation of the streetscape with the $10 million from the city are going to begin to set the momentum of where we're going with 41st Street. And I think the next year or two are going to be very exciting. 2 years from now, I think we're going to see a very different 41st Street than we have today.
Mr. Aguilera, I appreciate your commitment to the city, exciting updates. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, I will work to ensure that by our next FERC meeting, we have an update for the property owner that is going forward with the forge. They can come and present to us where they stand. Let me recognize my colleague, Commissioner Bott.
Thank you. Ira, it's always a pleasure to see you.
Yes, thank you.
I would love to know what is happening with the Roosevelt Theater. As a 13-year resident of the Bayshore neighborhood and having brought my kids to Temple Beth Shalom Crossing right there for many, many years. My God, it was a cheering section. I love it. Can you guys come to all of our meetings? It is such a gorgeous space, and I've lived here 21 years, and it's never once been open or utilized. And I know it's private property, and the owner can do with it what he or she chooses, but if there's any way to, and by the way, I loved your phrase of our meeting is going to be convened to dream together about what I love that phrase. I'm totally stealing that from you. But that would be, I mean, that's an entry point to our city. And if we saw that activated and with lights on and keeping that gorgeous, iconic facade, and have it be a theater or a restaurant or who knows what, it would be
The property
amazing.
owners there are part of our group, and we will get into that
Okay.
discussion. One of the reasons it's lingered all these years is the theater itself had asbestos in the plaster in the walls, and the property owners have been very scared of getting into it, and it's been through multiple property owners. Another aspect of it is the city went through a downzoning 15, 20 years ago, 20 years ago already, that affected what we can build on 41st Street. And one of the things we want to look at is how we deal with that in making the transition. If you took the Roosevelt Theater and you put in an extra floor and just built it out as office space or as a restaurant space, it exceeds the floor area ratio that's currently allowed, as is true with a lot of buildings on 41st Street. You couldn't build the Giller building today at the size that it is. You couldn't build the 801 building. You couldn't build the 333 building. You couldn't build the bank building on Pine Tree, because they were built prior to a 2.25 FAR. One of the things that we want to tackle with the bid is to let's look at the zoning, and perhaps there's an overlay zoning approach that we need to take to revitalize 41st Street without creating a huge density increase, but recognize that we've got buildings that we need to get creative in how we solve the going forward, and how we make the economics work within the limitations we have. And maybe we have to revisit what the FAR is. It used to be 3 on 41st Street. Now it's 2.25. That makes it difficult. Parking is another key issue that we need to look at. How do we integrate that? How does parking reflect with all these buildings that exist now that have never had requirements for parking? The city provided the parking lots in the back on 42nd Street and on 40th Street. Well, going forward, if we're going to be giving out those spaces for redevelopment, how are we still going to provide for parking? Parking is a huge commodity in the 41st Street.
Well, I will say, thank you, Mr. Giller, and I'll echo Commissioner Bott, where we need to prepare for the city that we want to be in the future, not what we are right now. So it seems like you are the localized experts. You certainly have our ear and our attention. So the plan that you would like to see forward, come back with a comprehensive plan, and you certainly have, I don't want to say our support, but certainly our attention. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, and certainly, I think, Mr. Attorney, we should work on an item to send to the Land Use and Sustainability Committee on specifically, what zoning we can look at as economic incentives and economic engines for 41st Street, whether it be parking or setbacks or height or even FAR, what it is, what's sufficient that we need to be looking at in our land development regulations that could help 41st Street. I gotta say, when I often go up to Surfside and I see Harding Avenue. And I was having this conversation with our CFO the other day because he comes from Surfside. He used to work there. And I see Harding Avenue, and I see in Harding Avenue the energy that should be on 41st Street. And it almost seems like it all emanates from the Grove. It seems like the Grove is what brings everyone together, and it all just kind of flows out of there, and there's community built around there. And I see we've got Seth Gadinsky. I see we got Yakel Cement here. Just want to recognize him, if I may, Mr. Chair, because I think they wanted to speak as well. But I'd like to get input from them, feedback from them, and I'd also like to know, what happened with the 12 responses. I'd love to get an overview on the RFLI, the 12 responses, how that plays a role into, supporting the economy of 41st Street. How can it be used to even help some of the property owners to redevelop their properties and avoid having the level of vacancies or the lower quality retail that we have right now. There's just very little energy there at the moment. So Raquel, if you could give us just a little bit on those 12 responses, and then we could hear from Seth and Yakel.
Well, Seth is coming up. What we really need to do now, and the focus of the Business Improvement District, is going to be to come up with a comprehensive overview and a comprehensive plan. That's going to take several months to evolve. We're working on that, but it's not going to be, here's a 30-day response and here's a 30-day plan. But my one admonition is that we do it holistically. We can't just deal with parking. We can't just deal with how do we deal with traffic. We can't just deal with zoning. We got to put it all together. That takes time. That takes a partnership of, as you say, dreaming together with the administration, with the property owners, with the tenants, and being realistic about what we can and cannot do, given the fact that 41st Street is a major artery, an entrance to the city, and at the same time, we're looking for some passive solutions in a very high-traffic street. That's a challenge. We need to rise to the challenge and make it work, but that doesn't happen overnight.
Sure, but the city commission needs to be involved because ultimately the 41st Street Committee and the bid can have these ideas. You discussing those ideas at the bid, we need to have the commission involved. We need to have these updates because ultimately you guys may have ideas, but if the city commission is not comfortable with them, or we feel we can't, sell it to the broader community, you've wasted your time. And so we need to be involved in the process. We need to be getting these regular updates so that we can be giving you the feedback so that at the end of the process of, 6 months or a year of you all doing your hard work, we don't say, well, so sorry, you guys went down the wrong direction. We're going to throw out all of your time and work. And so this is,
We agree. This is a multifaceted partnership, and it's going to take time. It took us a year to create the bid. The bid finally got in place in December, and we're getting going. But we're excited about it.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
Does the owner of the Roosevelt Theater have a number that he wants for that theater? Because I think, if you reopen the Forge and then we issue a revenue bond, we buy the Roosevelt Theater without giving him, I know he wanted to do a land swap and take our like waterfront parking lot, but everybody, that lot, I don't think is up for grabs. I don't think any of the residents that live in that area want to give up that lot. They park there and they go to Cafe Avanti. So, you know, without giving up our land, is there a number? And what is that number? And can we purchase it? Because if we can purchase that theater, renovate that theater, open the Forge right there without building anything, you have a reason to come to 41st Street, right? And we bring people there. So
through the chair, if I could just share that the Roosevelt Theater did submit an expression of interest or letter of interest to redevelop not only their property, but the city's property that's adjacent to it. So one of those 12 responders is the owner of the Roosevelt Theater. They had also previously submitted a proposal to the city for a redevelopment opportunity utilizing both their land and the city's land. So I just wanted to put that out there. We don't have a number. They have not expressed wanting to sell the property to the city, but that's something that we could discuss with them.
I mean, everybody has a number. I think that, you know, if we reject what they offered and say we want to purchase it, you know, Seth, I know you know the owner of the Roosevelt. I know you came forward and the community, we held the community meeting. Everybody was up in arms. That whole neighborhood did not want to give up their parking lot. And we shouldn't have to. We should just be able, I mean, I don't know. I'm sure he wants to sell it. It's vacant. It's sitting there.
Well,
blank.
like your job, my job is to build consensus on the street as well, to make things happen. And the people that are going to make things happen are going to be the property owners that are in the bid. One of the reasons we've struggled the last 5 or 6 years in getting to where we are, we didn't have all of the people at the table that were, the people that had the money to put up to make things happen. We're there now. We'll continue to work with the Mayor's Blue Ribbon Committee that Seth so ably chaired and created and so on. We need to work with the commission. We need to work with the administration. We have to deal with the fact that it's an FDOT road and they have certain impositions that come to play. It's not an easy solution, but I think today we can all stand together and say we're all ready to do something about it. We've been talking about it for many years. Now we're ready to do something about it.
Listen, I'm ready. Like, it's very, from our perspective, given the fact that we get ridiculous amounts of emails regarding traffic on 41st Street, to cross it, to go east, west, north, south, like just horrific. So, I mean, from a development perspective, I saw actually a picture of your new project, which is mixed use, which we welcome because we haven't seen any development at all on 41st Street, so that's fine. At the same time, how do you mitigate that? Because we were out at FDOT traffic facility. There are no traffic solutions. They told us just like that. They said, we have no solutions. All we have, and when we challenged them on the programming of the traffic lights, what they said to us is, yes, they will tell you that the traffic lights are programmed, but that they have no arteries where to send the cars. So they're saying that they're programming it. It's very hard for us to increase density. Can you imagine if we increase density a lot there, and then it would just be gridlock. People won't be able to get on and off the beach. There's no way to widen it. I mean, like, it's kind of a mess. I mean, how can we, listen, I'm willing to accept some new development, but that, you know, what happened in North Beach, for example, we did this North Beach master plan. And what it was supposed to be was 8-story beautiful buildings up and down 71st Street, right? Those 8-story buildings somehow grew into 22-story monstrosities, of which you saw the first one built, which really, 71st Street at this point, I mean, some of those intersections that are all, by the way, every single intersection is at F failure along the 41st Street corridor. So you have to keep that in mind as you're doing this. And if you did want to, do we have the master plan in terms of zoning? I think you need to start out with a master plan. And if you come to us and say, format a master zoning plan, let's start there and let's follow that zoning plan. And then, you know, seriously, if the owner of the Roosevelt Hotel knows that we're not going to give him the lot, would he be willing to sell at what price? I mean, these are some things
Or
you
is
need
he
the master
willing,
plan.
is he willing to fix up the building and we solve the problem of the zoning issues that don't have a significant impact on traffic and don't have a significant impact on the neighborhood? That's a good approach, but I don't think we've been approaching it that way. We now say this is where we have to go.
So I
And
agree with
we've got
you.
an existing building stock that is stuck in, it can't do much of anything until we solve some of these problems. The traffic problem is a city problem. It's a citywide problem. 41st Street happens to be the most intense use. Part of it is as a result of the MacArthur Causeway and 395,
Yeah,
and we're
yeah.
stuck with that for the next 3 years. I'm not telling you anything you don't know already,
So-
but
Mr.
we've got to
Gallagher,
think
yep.
beyond that.
It's good that we're having this conversation.
So,
Mr. Chair, I'd like to hear from Seth and Yakel. I placed this item on the agenda in part because I want to hear from them as well. I wanted to hear from Mr. Giller, from Raquel, but I think it's also important to hear from Seth and Yakel if we could recognize them.
Hi, thank you. Seth Cadence, do I have to give my address and all that stuff for
Yeah.
3530 Pine Tree Drive? Thanks for having us. It's been a long time to get here, and I'm glad we're here. So just a little bit of history, answering a lot of questions you have both had. But first of all, I chaired the 41st Street Committee for 4 years, and I termed out, and now it's in the very capable hands of Yechiel and Bonnie Crabtree, who's the vice chair, who's here as well, who are, we're made up of a bunch of dedicated citizens with only one goal, and that is to improve the lot of 41st Street. And basically, we've worked to get consensus. Almost every one of our motions is unanimous. It's a really great working committee and wonderful people. I also am a property owner on 41st Street, and I am a member of the BID and worked with Ira to help get this, and Amy, to help get this thing going. So I have a dual role. Some of the questions. First of all, on the forge, it's under construction. They haven't yet said what it is they're going to do. Maybe the chair will be able to find out that, but it is under construction, and the timeline is the end of this year, early next year. My guess it's probably going to end up being a kind of a very high-end, exclusive kind of an establishment, which I'm great it'll be activated. If it's that, it's not going to do a whole lot for the street, but it will give it some pizzazz, and it's better than an empty building. So that's that. As far as the Roosevelt, because I've been working with them for a while, and this what kicked off the whole RFLI process was this unsolicited letter of interest to combine their building with the lot next door. But even prior to that, just so you know, I was working with Tom Mooney in the city, actually developed a plan that the city drew to build a freestanding parking deck on that lot. Basically, it was about a 4-story parking garage, and the backside along the canal had housing lining the backside and little commercial on the water side, not on the Chase side. It was a really nice plan. So as far as all the residents don't want it, I mean, they're probably the people that live next door don't want it, but I don't think it's fair to make a blanket statement and say nobody wants it. The Roosevelt Theater, what they want to do is they want to combine, knock their building down and do something really special. You know, the Roosevelt Theater, by the way, it's great from the outside. If you walk inside, it's disgusting. It's gutted. There's no historical value inside. So what I've said to the owners is, listen, if you want to redevelop it, you have to treat the facade historically. You can't just get rid of it because it's beautiful. Right. So they understand that. But the notion that the people that have lived on the beach have this romantic notion about the Roosevelt Theater, but it's pretty much gone except for the facade. I'm all for saving it, don't get me wrong. But to think that you can just activate that is just probably not going to happen. As far as would they sell it, I don't know. That's a separate question, and that's something we could discuss with them. But you know, getting back to the unsolicited letter of interest led to, well, we can't just talk about that. What are we going to do with the rest of the stuff? And that led to the RFLIs to see, is there interest in people coming to 41st Street, world-class type developers, to do something special? And there was significant interest, which we've talked about. There was 11, right? 12 real serious proposals. One of them from a developer who will be doing work for a grocery chain, which in my conversations was a very popular notion. Some of the negatives, people are, what about the traffic? Which of course everybody knows. I live right around there. Anybody knows it's bad. But that traffic has not been caused by development. There hasn't been anything built in this city that you could point to in the last 3 to 5 years which has created as traffic. I believe, and this is also just an opinion, I'll preface it with that during COVID when the prices rose, a lot of people that lived on the beach got priced out of the beach, but they still work here, they have kids in school here. And you have now a real serious rush hour of people that probably working here and they're leaving the beach. We see And the bid and the 41st Street Committee are in lockstep on this, is that if you do workforce housing, mixed use, live, work, play type of thing, maybe you bring some of these people back. Maybe they don't have to travel the distances. So instead of just discounting and saying there's too much traffic, the idea would be to put out an RFP for these lots. Let these people spend their own money on their architects, their engineers, traffic consultants, and come back and say, this is what we plan to do, and this is how we're going to ameliorate the current situation. The city can say no to all of it. This happens all the time. They put out RFPs for the lots all over the city years ago and did nothing with it. It's well within the bounds of the commission to reject it all. But if you don't even start the process, we will never know what could be done. 41st Street to thrive needs more density. It needs more mixed use. It needs people living there, and that will attract the better retailers and the better restaurants. It's all part and parcel.
I appreciate it, and I buy into the argument of our traffic hasn't been compounded by new development because there really hasn't been any new development. And in fact, we're going to have to become a more self-sustaining city because a lot of the development is happening on the other side of the bay, which is going to create even more bottlenecks. Yehil, let me turn it over to you. And I do want to recognize that we're probably not going to take action here on this item, so this is just an update. But to Mr. Giller's point, understand a comprehensive plan can't be turned around in 30 days, but nothing irks me more than the bureaucracy of government. I'd love to see something come back much sooner than a year's time, because let's start putting some of these visions into motion. You've done a great job with the committee. Let's start implementing this. Yehil, let me turn it over to you.
Few things. So number one, I know what it's like to sit on that side, so I apologize for the derailing of the meeting. Apologies. But just really want to take a minute to thank the city staff. They put in a lot of hard work, really just serving as the liaison between us and the commission. So thank you for your support. Thanks to everyone here for their support. And thanks to everyone on the committee, my vice chair, Bonnie Crabtree, who's incredible, and everyone else that serves there. Really just want to take 2 minutes just to let you all know that there is definitely a need to try and do something on 41st Street. There definitely is traffic. I live on Mid-Beach. I live right off of 41st Street. My parents live there. We're all there. I've got little kids. I walk to school. We're stuck in the traffic. I get it.
Lemonade stand.
Seth's point to what he said earlier, to what you kind of see, there hasn't been a tremendous amount of new development that's really contributing to that. There are other issues, right? There, whether it's been the build outs that have kind of removed one of the turning lanes going into 41st Street, which is a problem, which I'm not sure why that happened, but that was before everyone on here, which hopefully can be fixed, and that will at least help. Something that I think it was the commission approved, but the removal of two of the traffic lights on 40th Street and putting in stop signs has definitely helped. And residents have appreciated that, so that's something the 41st Street Committee really pushed for. Thank you all for pushing that through. But in terms of the surface parking lots, right now they are just that, surface parking lots. And everyone knows that is the most underutilized type of real estate that you could possibly have. Obviously, the parking that's on 41st Street is needed, but we're not suggesting that anything that comes through this RFLI process removes that parking. We understand we need parking. We understand it needs to be accessible. So anything that the commission could push forward through this RFLI process should mandate that there be parking. It should also mandate, in my opinion, that there be some type of retailer which will help keep people out of their cars driving to South Beach, North Beach, all the other places they have to get into their cars and go to, but instead walk, right, or take some of the side streets to be able to access things that we need in our communities, such as a grocer. Additionally, and this is an ask, but one of the things that I think is really lacking in this city is housing that people can afford to live in. We have people that have to go to the city of Miami and all the other neighboring cities because they can no longer afford to live in this dreamland that we call Miami Beach. So to the extent that there is a way to include some type of workforce housing, which I know many of us have tried to consider how we can include that, I think that would be something that's really important. At the end of the day, the surface parking lots, of which there are many surrounding 41st Street, is probably the best way to approach that through this public-private partnership. So thank you for your consideration and any and all advocacy.
Yes, would like to move on, but yes, let's keep it concise, but yes.
No, go.
Well,
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
I would like to commend Commissioner Fernandez because he did protect the surface lots by putting them on a referendum. So at this point, we know that whatever does happen has to go to a vote of the public and everybody has to approve what it is. And that could be a supermarket. I have an item right now to protect the lot adjacent to North Beach Elementary, because I don't think that parents are gonna wanna have to go into a lot, and I don't think those homes along there are gonna appreciate a Publix right there. I have a, one thing that is missing on 41st Street, is, and you can actually call up maybe my item on this, because this is important, is there was no gathering space. And they tried to do a market, and because there were no trees in any of the lots, there was no shaded space, there was no place that could be converted. So I have an item right now, it seems like a lot of money, $1.5 million to plant trees on that lot adjacent to North Beach Elementary. But I guarantee you, if you plant those trees and you make it transformative, then you will have, I know that's your lot that you're dying to get, Mr. Gadinsky. I know you want it, but it really is the schools, it's the school's lot. It's not a commercial lot, and I don't think it should ever be, and I don't think our electorate will ever vote to give that up. So I think it's kind of a pipe dream. Go to the other lots. That lot is the elementary schools, and frankly, possibly at some points in time, maybe the temples. I mean, that lot serves a purpose, okay? And there is, we should be able to just drive up easily and, go have a coffee and a bagel, and go to the hardware store. And I know, so I don't think that lot is ever going to be up for grabs, and I don't think that it will ever pass at referenda. You can continue to, we put the protection in place that, what was the percentage, Commissioner Fernandez, the electorate voted?
I think it was just a majority.
It was a majority.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we could, propose, you could propose something else. I don't see it happening, not on that lot, not on North Beach Elementary's parking lot. So,
May I respond
yes,
to that?
yes.
Sorry. One of the conversations I had early on, day one with the grocer, was that they had to honor the drop-off and the pickup at the school. That was a non-starter.
And
create
I don't
enough
think we're
parking
gonna-
for
Seth,
that.
please.
And by the way, just as an example,
Yeah.
if I, it'll also take 10
Guys,
seconds.
it's 11:40 and we
I
haven't
said-
gotten to one
The
action
Publix
item.
and Surfside has an elevated, right, it's on top
So,
of the
thank-
ground floor, so.
If I may, just to close on my item, I just need to know, okay, Mr. Giller, how much time does your committee need to work on this, and is there communications between the 41st Street Committee and the bid?
To the latter, yes. To the former, I would say it's probably a 3 to 6 month process.
3 to 6 month process, okay.
And I think in the interim, we need to have communication so we're dreaming together.
Monica, my aide Monica's in the back of the room. I want to have monthly meetings with you, Mr. Giller, on this. This is important. This is one of the main thoroughfares of our city, and I want to make sure that we bring back something that's good. You've heard some pretty good feedback here. I have to agree with my colleague, Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. The only thing that can kill anything good happening on 41st Street is not understanding well the electorate. It's not understanding well the pulse of the public whose trust we need to maintain in order to advance anything on 41st Street. And I do believe that touching that lot behind Roasters and Toasters and next to the school will get in the way of progress. And that we cannot do. That I firmly believe that, because ultimately we need buy-in
And from my
from the
perspective,
public.
we need to be looking at the whole corridor and not looking at the individual lot to see.
But I'll just
The
leave you.
grocery store is a critical element.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
Mr. Gerber, you haven't been recognized. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I get it.
From my perspective, even, listen, I want to see us incentivize the owner of the theater to renovate their property. And how great would it be or to preserve that beautiful facade and activate that important space? And what if we use air rights behind their property where they keep the lot, the parking lot is not touched, but they build above the lot, and as an incentive for them to bring that space back into activity, so that we stop seeing homeless people there, so that we stop seeing smoke shops and vape shops opening up there, so that we stop seeing the ailments that we've seen happen there. And we can only do that by activating. We always hear from our police, to solve problems and to promote the economy of the area, you need positive activation. And so, keep that in mind. Something that I'd be very open to is using air right, where you preserve the lot, build above the lot to encourage and incentivize the redevelopment and the preservation of as much as we can of the Roosevelt Theater, which right now is in the heart and the center of 41st Street, and it's completely vacant and dead, and it's depressing 41st Street. And I think that needs to be a priority of both committees. And so I want to have this monthly meeting with you. My aide is in the back of the room. She'll get with you to schedule these meetings. And Mr. Chair, I thank you
Is the
for your time.
41st Street Committee a sunshine meeting?
I-
Multiple-
Yes.
Right, okay, so I say we center these discussions around here. We can go back and forth. We're not going to take any action. Commissioner Bott,
5 seconds.
I get a little worried when we say no to things before we even see a comprehensive proposal. It's hard for me to imagine what could be because I don't have the benefit of the couple of years of discussion that's already taken place. I think the feedback you've gotten here is very useful, but I don't want to say no before I've even seen a comprehensive plan. I do feel very comfortable that you're leading this, Ira, because of who you are, what your background is, what your family's background means to the city, the built city here, and other places as well. And so I'm going to wait to, have judgment on what gets proposed until I see and hear what gets proposed. And I know that you are all collectively very cautious about or thoughtful about what you are going to propose as it affects the neighborhood, the schools, the businesses that exist, the needs for affordable housing, the traffic impacts. So do the work, come back to us. Let's make sure nobody goes too far off the rails in one direction or another. So that's what I wanted to say about 41st Street. I actually wanted to come back to the Normandy Fountain thing for a quick second. I know it's small potatoes, and I don't know if he's still here, but is Mr. Boucher still in the room? Oh, God, could you have been any closer here? So the reason I'm calling you out, and you don't have to answer here, I don't want to put you on the spot, but it's a very small financial ask for tables and chairs for the Normandy Fountain. Would it be something, because I know you're very generous with the city in terms of providing various public benefits? Okay, thank you. For the Boucher brothers to donate the chairs and tables for the Normandy Fountain business. I don't know if that's legal. I don't know what I did. I might get hauled off to jail. I'm not sure. But if it is legal.
Through the chair.
I love that.
Yeah.
While the administration and the city collectively appreciates donations, it is a very minimal cost. It's about $3,500. So while we would appreciate the donation, we can also afford to purchase the tables and chairs if it were the will of the committee. We just want to have a recommendation from the committee to negotiate with the Normandy Fountain Business Association to amend its existing agreement to allow for them to manage the logistics of the tables and chairs. That's the action that we're looking for from the committee today.
I will make a motion
Second.
to do that. And I know it's only $3,500, and I know we can find it in our budget, but we are buying properties and adding services left, right, and center. We're about to go into the budget negotiation process, so every $3,500 we can save is good. So if
it's incredible. Listen, when we have a partner in our city that we can rely on to be there and say something like, done, I think we need to recognize them. So Steve, to you and your family, thank you for that. It means a tremendous amount of support for the community, so thank you.
And through the chair, before we close, I wanted to add on to Commissioner Fernandez's statements about the Land Use Committee. Recall that the Land Use Committee recommended that the Planning Department have a meeting with the 41st Street Bid and the 41st Street Committee, as well as the North Beach CRA Advisory Committee, to talk about uses. This came as a result of the conversation about hotel uses and incentivizing residential uses in the city. So that conversation is being planned, and I think we should keep that in mind as the bid goes and does their work on a comprehensive plan.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So,
If I can, I'm going to ask Raquel to help me out with the after action for this as we close it out. There's a recommendation to go back to commission with a favorable recommendation for the staff to work with the Normandy Fountain
Business Association to amend its existing agreement.
Amend the existing agreement, thank you. And we'll show closed.
Thank you. Want to get to some, I know we have some really, really important items. Three that I want to spend some time on the Barkley, the educational enhancements, and Live Nation. They will take a little bit of time, so I'm just going to see some things that maybe we can move forward, get through in just a few minutes. We have an 11:30 time certain item number 23, future proof. So I think collectively this spring break has just been phenomenal. Thus far has been phenomenal. We've decided who we do not want to be as a city. It is time that we fill the vacuum and the void and say who we want to be as the city. So, Mr. CFO, do you want to tee this up?
I'm sorry, I was just writing down that was item number 23? Oh, this is, okay, this is item 43. I think we have...
23.
I'm sorry, yeah, for 23 here. This is the future roof. I believe you have a representative of the organization here. I don't know if they're making a presentation.
Matt Middleton.
Matt Middleton.
Yes, I can if you'd like.
Yeah, I think you've presented to a number of different neighborhood committees. The ask here is going to be just to move this ahead to the commission. So theme of the day, don't want to belabor things that we don't need to. So Lizette, if you want to come up and provide your thoughts and feedback, but my intention here is to sit here, move this to the entire commission and try and get either a yes or a no, whether we want to include this in part of our opportunity to fill the vacuum, the void left by spring break with positive activation that is not overwhelming to the city, but really pivots our city in a direction that we want to move.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm under the weather. Lisetta Regante, Director of Tourism and Culture for City of Miami Beach, and we met with Mr. Matt Middleton in late February. This is an event that's been brought to us from our partners at the GMCBB. It is known as a big financial conference. It's been very successful in Huntington Beach. They're proposing to bring it to Miami Beach. They wanted the Loomis Park area. We discussed Collins Park because they're requesting the dates in March of 2025. So given all the conversations that we're having now, what we would need, we don't have any concerns. It looks like a good event, and it's also been vetted by the GMCBB. So for us, it would be more of discussion at commission regarding their desired
Logistics and
dates.
things like that. Okay, so don't need to bog this committee down in logistics a year in advance. I think what I'd be looking for, Mr. Middleton, maybe if you want to give a 1-minute overview. My thought is to move this ahead to our commission and direct our more than competent staff to figure out some of the logistics.
I have questions.
Yes.
About it.
Yeah. Why don't we turn it over to the presenter? If you want to go through for a minute, 2 minutes, I don't want to cut you off short, but that's the intent, is just to put it in our hands of the capable staff.
Great. Well, appreciate the time and attention to this matter. Matt Middleton, CEO of Advisor Circle, creator of Future Proof Festival. As we discussed, we launched this event back in 2022 out in Huntington Beach, and it's focused on the financial services industry, mostly the wealth management space. So it's a multi-thousand person event that brings financial professionals together. The theme and thesis of this is to modernize both the events industry, moving away from traditional ballrooms into vibrant cultural centers, and then changing the optics of the financial services industry, which is predominantly rigid. We are looking at creating a more modern, multi-generational audience that, again, attracts both a high net worth individual consumer base, but also as a financial professional, these are decision makers representing businesses. So as we look for, really what has been happening over the last several years here in March with spring break, I've paid a lot of attention. I've been here 5 out of the last 8 weeks now, just to get an understanding of what it is like to be here. I've met with many residents groups. I met with a couple of you all already and discussed really what it would look like to have a long-term partnership. And so I am very careful in the places that we launch our events in, the people we partner in, because this is not something I plan to move. I want our event to be synonymous with Miami Beach. I want us to grow and build together. And I look at this as very much parallel to what I created in Huntington Beach. At the time, COVID basically shut the entire industry down, and we were the first real event in our industry that came out in a different way. And I look at the similarities to what's going on here with spring break and the type of people, and you guys have done an amazing job over the last several weeks to basically stop what was once, a kind of a stain for this month on the city. And I'm looking to partner with you all to actually now create a resurgence for the city alongside us. And
Excellent. Thank you. Let me recognize my colleague, Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. And I think this sounds great. It sounds very energetic and very much aligned with the city that we want to be, especially during this time of the year. It aligns with the transformation we're pushing for. You know, when you break up, you don't want to rebound quickly, you know. And last meeting, we brought something, and we said we're not ready to discuss it yet. And we said let's bring it back to the May meeting because we don't know what next year is going to look like. We don't know the outcome of all of these measures. And so, you know, we're deciding to go different routes. We're saying for some things, we're going to say for some things for next year, we're not ready to make a decision yet. Let's come back in May to take action in May because we don't know if we're going to have the barricades. We don't know if we're going to have curfews. We don't know if garages are going to be closed or if parking is going to be $100 or if the beaches are going to be open or not or whether we're going to have sidewalk cafes or not. And we don't know, you know, what measures we're going to keep in place for next year. So we told the event that came before us, before the same body last month, oh, let's discuss you in May. You know, I just want us to be aware of, you know, we can't, you know, take two separate positions on kind of the same subject matter.
Totally, I 100,000% agree. How I bifurcate in this, in my mind, Commissioner, was we're pivoting away from the mega activation, concert, party, and things like that. And Mr. Middleton, I think we're talking about that attraction would attract somewhere around 45 to 60,000 people. Your event, from reading online, is about 4,000 business executives. So,
Correct.
you know, essentially, the feedback we got from spring break, you did a great job shutting down the party. Now, what kind of fills that void and vacuum? I, like you, am not ready to have the discussion of, do we do a largely activated concert? But this is something that is, one, I read in the memo, Sunday to Wednesday, so it's not
Correct.
going to be a high-impact weekend, but this is, and we can be flexible, right? Like, it's logistics. If it doesn't make sense for Loomis Park, and we have an event behind the Raleigh or in Collins Park, and maybe we get to a point in 2 years where this doesn't have to be mutually exclusive with the event that was proposed. If we have pivoted from spring break far enough, I don't think your event is of the size or scale where we'd say, this is our flagship March event. We can't have anything else.
I'm all for it. Listen, I'm all for it. I think it's great. I just urge you be flexible. And I told you in my office. I think you told me actually in my office. I think you told me you were looking at upwards of 10,000 people.
Long term.
Okay. But I just urge you be flexible because you know you may be bringing 10,000. People into the city, but you know we might have the barricades set up. We might have these big street lights up there. You know you might have closure of garages and early beach closures and deployment of 18 police agencies and 600 police officers and DUI checkpoints and all this other stuff that just be mindful that we haven't determined whether we want to continue any of these measures for next year or not. But certainly you seem of the caliber that would elevate this time period in our city. And I know you reached out to many of the neighborhood associations even before you reached out to many of the members of this committee. And it certainly was reassuring to know that the neighborhood associations supported it. I'm certainly happy to support it as well. Thank you.
Let me recognize my colleague, Commissioner Bott, and then Commissioner Suarez.
I will be moving this, but I just want to say for the record, I'm not opining on anybody's caliber. I'm sure yours is excellent, but other people's caliber is also excellent. I think the difference is that we were asked a month ago or 3 weeks ago about a much larger scale impact event that would that we had to decide on at pretty much that moment in order to make a decision for next year, and nobody was comfortable doing that at that time. Given the scale, I know 10,000 down the road potentially, but we could also say, you know what, we're not comfortable going to 10,000. Based on what we've seen, let's keep it at 5, whatever. But so the flexibility is going to be key. We don't know what next year is going to look like, or 2 or 3 years out from here. And if this works well, if this goes forward, and we just continue to collaborate and figure out a way to make it happen, that's great. But I would like to move this forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Suarez.
Yeah, hi, Mr. Middleton. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you for bringing this to Miami Beach, and it's very welcome. You know, time and time again, there's always like, oh, let's have a party or let's have a concert. I think we're moving away from that, and this is definitely a step in the right direction for Miami Beach, and I appreciate it because March is a challenging month for us, and you are going out of your way to make it happen, and it's a challenge. And you know, you have my full support, okay? Because I think this is a great message that we want to send to the rest of the world of what Miami Beach is about, and we're no longer just a party town, and we are going to be a hub for finance, fitness, wellness, recreational, leisure, and most importantly, a residential city. So thank you, and you have my full support.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rosales, anything? I don't want to force it.
No, I think it's a great marriage. As we've watched all of these different family offices from around the world, frankly, move here to Miami Beach and redevelop, it really is becoming a financial hub, and we see the titans of industry like Ken Griffith moving his entire team down here. It seems like it would be a wonderful fit. We already sponsor a few very high-end financial conferences. Well, we don't sponsor them, excuse me. There's one at the One Hotel, I know every year, several. There was just one recently at the Fontainebleau, I believe. So I think it's a great, I think it's our best weather of the year. And, you know, if any programming we were to approve any programming, I think that this type of stuff is where we want to go. So
thank you.
Yeah.
So we've broken up with our biker boyfriend or girlfriend and moving forward with the new one in a linen suit. Okay. Anybody else, or shall we move this?
I'll second
I'll move it.
Tanya's motion.
If I can
CFO?
just, it appears the item is to return the commissioner with a favorable recommendation, direct staff to negotiate a sponsorship agreement, but
No, just a special event
Yeah.
permit.
special event permit. Thank you.
Yeah, the one thing I
Way to
would,
lose the leverage there, Mr. CFO.
That's where I was going.
Okay, by acclamation?
We'll show up by acclamation. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lizette. Very much appreciated. Just for those keeping track, I'd like to move to, let's hear the educational enhancements. I think we have people that are here. Ladies didn't seem so enthused with the waist haulers. You know, I didn't hear any clapping there. But let's hear that, then Live Nation, and then we'll go to the Barclay.
I'm sorry. Item number 3, discuss funding for educational enhancements. Item number 3.
Okay. So, thank you, Leslie, for coming forward. I was looking at the brilliant memo that Leslie has put forward. She's done a lot of work in expanding the Committee for Quality Education so that it not only includes all of our public schools, but also offers there's certain programs that have, lower costs but impact a tremendous amount of students, right? And 22% of our students do attend different private schools and charter schools around the city of Miami Beach. And when you look at the expense that these programs are going to cost based on Leslie's recommendations, which is around $800,000, the impact for the future of our kids, when you look at this $800,000 number versus our budget and what this group, the 22, pay in property taxes, I don't think it's a huge sacrifice. And why wouldn't we invest? I mean, we just give a $25,000 sponsorship to a group that doesn't even, come into our, doesn't live in our city. Why wouldn't we have a recurring expense for, all of, why wouldn't we want to allow certain things like the tutoring? That's $5,000. Some of these items the cost is so low. I looked at the menu that you provided, Leslie. I think it's reasonable. I would like to hear from the parents who are here. You guys have been sitting here very patiently to see how you feel. But I'm fine with what you were recommending. But it is important. I want to hear from everybody here. So do you guys want to come up and speak on this too? And Leslie, do you want to kick us off, and then we'll hear from the parents and then go from there?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Just for clarification, just a little bit of history, at the last meeting the commission members requested that I meet with the private and charter schools that are located in Miami Beach. I met with 7 out of the 11 who have representation on the Committee for Quality Education. I asked them to review and rank the current educational enhancements currently underway, just to give us an idea of what are those items that are of most interest, and what are all the items of interest. The number that you see is really based on the cost currently allocated for the 6 public schools. And that cost is reflective of an impact on about 4,900 Miami Beach residents that attend our public schools. We currently have about 1,400 Miami Beach residents that attend the private and charter schools from birth to 12th grade, of which 1,008 attend K to 12. So if we were contemplating a potential allocation to the private schools, perhaps we consider it based on a per child allocation, which would be less than what you see reflected on the chart.
I don't know about you, and I'd also like to hear from the parents, but the schools would be Casa de Bambini, so we're going the nursery school route.
Well, actually,
of
the list of 11 schools, and all of those schools are located on Miami Beach, 7 out of the 11 have appointed a QEC rep. So 4 out of the schools, one of them being Casa de Bambini. Bambini has not yet appointed a representative to the QEC, so I didn't meet with that school.
So when you look at it, this would be benefiting Lehrman Day School, the Yeshiva Elementary School, Temple Beth Shalom, Mahina of South Florida, Hebrew Academy, Matter Academy, and the Montessori at St. John's. What happened to St. Patrick's? They have not yet appointed a representative?
Not yet.
Okay, I would like, have you reached out to St. Patrick's?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so I'm going to probably work to get St. Patrick's included there. And, if you look at these amounts and what we're getting, math tutoring, college prep, mental health, STEM, extracurricular, STEAM, reading interventionist, IB program, it's all good stuff. I mean, of all the monies that we spend, this is our future. And I have no problem spending this money. And if the public schools were upset in any way with the allocation or they wanted more, I mean, I think they're getting like serious mental health counselors, nurses, I mean, serious expenses like beyond what this is right here. But even the Common Threads program at Matter Beach Academy, I mean, what a great program to teach kids how to eat and cook healthy. I mean, these are just such positive initiatives. They're wins for our community. They really are. I don't know how you feel about this, and if we can make it happen. And by the way, I do have a way to potentially fund this, moving forward. The $75 million grant that Mr. Martin was asking for the Convention Center Hotel, if we turn that into a loan in perpetuity at 3% or 4%, it'll fund all of this and more. So right here, everything funded. He gets the money for the Convention Center Hotel. He pays a paltry amount given the $75 million. Do you know how hard it is to get a construction loan in this current environment? We are giving him a gift, and he will have to pay, a small percentage moving forward instead of a grant. It could be a win-win, entirely funded. I mean, we don't want to just give away $75 million, why? Of our money. So and I know Commissioner Abbott that you were sponsoring that initial item, I would go to David Martin and say we would like, instead of being a grant, this could be just a long-term loan forevermore at 3%, 3 to 4%, and it will fund everything.
Commissioner, thank you. I want to bifurcate. Let's stick to the item. You have my support for this.
Okay.
And there's nothing more important to me than providing opportunities for our children, our next generation. This goes to the theme that you've been hearing from this newly elected commission, what you just heard on the last item. We want to change the image of Miami Beach, what we are, who we are as a city, and there's nothing more critical in doing that than providing the best educational opportunities for our next generation. I actually struggled with this item, thought back and forth. We're public government, should we provide funding to private sector schools, private entity schools? Then I said, well, we actually don't operate our public schools. Those are Miami-Dade, but the education that the county district provides is not adequate for us. We want to go above and beyond, right? And that is why we're providing funding to our public school children. That same opportunity should be afforded to the parents and the children, regardless of where they send their children to school. So more than happy to get your input. You can vote count and see that you have support from 2 commissioners. I'll turn it over to some of my other commissioner colleagues to see if you still feel like talking, or you can hear the follow-up on waste hauler.
So I agree that nothing is more important than educating our kids and the next generation. I am supportive in principle on this measure. I have a question, though, because when you look at the data provided, you know, at our public schools, most of our schools are 80 to 90% public residents of Miami Beach. When you look at these private schools, that number drops a bit to 60, 70, 80%. There's no problem with that. My question is, in the spirit of making sure our resident tax dollars go to our resident families, do we prorate this so that we are paying for resident kids and then the schools can make up the difference, or look at the programs differently and say, this is a priority for me, we can maybe get rid of one program, because we're talking about adding money to the budget in perpetuity per student. And so I don't want to, I think the program is great, but again, if we're taking Miami Beach resident tax dollars to fund programs, do we just ask the schools to fundraise? I mean, we've been to a number of fundraisers for private schools in the last couple of months where they're raising a lot of money. And maybe there's a collaboration where we provide whatever it is, 60, 70, 80% of the funds needed for the programs, and then the school comes up with the remainder. I put that out for the group.
Oh, I guess I'm vice chair. Okay, Commissioner Suarez.
I don't know.
I would like to fund it as is. I have no problem moving forward if there's an increase, but I would like to find other revenue sources based on our current commercial situation, rather than looking for a revenue match. But I'd like to hear from colleagues.
I actually sit on the Quality Education Committee as the commission liaison, and the parents are very passionate about their children, especially the private schools. I think, I mean, I really echo what Commissioner Magazine said, that, you know, this is a step in the right direction for a resident-driven town, resident-centric city. And, you know, there may not be as much of a enrollment in private schools for Miami Beach residents, maybe 10, 20%, I'm not sure, but.
No, it's higher.
Okay, but that even brings me to this point where, you know, let's incentivize people to move to Miami Beach, because we do have excellent education, and, you know, let's close that gap. I don't think that necessarily because they may not be a resident today doesn't necessarily they may be a resident, you know, next year, because the education is so good here that people and families want to move to Miami Beach full time. And so I'm fully in support of this. And, you know, I'm not on the finance committee. I'm just here as a bystander. But you have my full support on this.
Commissioner Magazine.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Listen, I'm fully in support of this, kind of like echoing a little bit on what Commissioner Suarez was saying. In order for us to truly attract residents, full-time residents to Miami Beach, we need to make sure that both private and public educational institutions excel to their maximum possibility, and we make sure that our students, the students of Miami Beach, the children of Miami Beach, have all the resources and all the programs that they deserve in order to excel. I'll tell you one of my frustrations with the public school system. If you're not enrolled in the public school system, oftentimes you don't get to participate in their programs. Notwithstanding the fact that the parents of those children still contribute to that tax base. And how disproportionate is that? And so while, yes, are we using tax dollars, the taxpayers' money, for this, to support children from our community that are in private schools? Yes. But by the same token, the taxpayers' money is being deprived from students that sometimes get turned away from services in public schools. And that's not right. And so I think this is fair, it's the right thing to do. And if we really want to be building our resident base, we need to be looking at the educational programming in Miami Beach and how we support the students of our community. And Mr. Attorney, I'd like for us to work, Mr. Attorney, I'd like for us to work on a referral to the Land Use Committee on zoning having to do with schools. I think there's a big void. I've been hearing from parents about there being a void in educational facilities in Miami Beach to address the needs of families. And I'd like for us to work on a referral to the Land Use Committee to look at zoning districts that accommodate educational facilities and what other zoning districts we could provide that for, and what zoning incentives could we provide to attract more educational facilities to our city.
Commissioner, love it. Absolutely love the leadership and the vision here. In fact, I was just reading an article yesterday about this long-anticipated private school, the Americas Avenue or something like that. There was supposed to be this breaking new facility in the city of Miami that was going to fill the need and the vacuum here. That just got shelved in part because of some land use decisions. So I love the vision here. Commissioner Bott.
So to be clear, because it's been not intentionally, I'm sure, but it misrepresented. I'm not suggesting we don't do this. I was just saying use the taxpayer dollars for the resident students, and then we'll figure out how to fund the rest. I'm in favor of this. I'm not going to let the difference between, the delta kill this. That's not my intent. I was just raising a question about where the money comes from and where it goes to. I hear your suggestion. I will take it under advisement. So I am also in favor of this. I just did not want the record to mischaracterize anything that I was proposing. So go forward and Godspeed.
Yep. So Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, and then I'd like to recognize the CFO and then the parents that are here. Mr. CFO, how I'm thinking about this, and maybe we can talk about how time critical this is. If we actually decide on the exact amount today, maybe we say positively we're going to move forward and we come back with a more refined amount, or we're just approving as is?
Yeah, if I can to assist, because I was asked to run some analysis for you. I think the idea would be like all these expenditure items that it would come out of committee for commission to endorse this as a commission priority during upcoming budget process. But as for the numbers, because I was asked to do some analysis and have that for you. So there's approximately 5,000 Miami Beach resident children that get funded, and at that recurring level of about $908,000, that works out to $187.75 per child. If you take and again, I'm trying to do apples to apples as I was requested to do. Apples to apples, there's 1,008 Miami Beach children in that K-12 system. If you extrapolate that out across that value so that you would be funding public school children at the same level as private school children, that would extrapolate out to $189,252 on a recurring basis. And the recommendation would be is if we go at that level, or whatever level is gone, is then, and speaking with Leslie, is then it would be split up based on the head count of the Miami Beach children at that school, because some of these schools have as little as 36 children, but there's another one that has 393. So we would then divvy up the prorated share. So some schools might only get $5,000 or $6,000, some might get $15,000 or $20,000. And the program we run for all the children at the school, but you're using the Miami Beach number of children at that. And again, that way it would be kind of a fair analysis to look at how we fund public school on a head count basis versus private school on a head count basis. Thank you.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
If we do that, we wouldn't be taking into account what Commissioner Magazine said, considering if we improve all of our schools collectively, we will then be more attractive to people, families who do want to move here. This menu that you came up with is based on rankings and what the parents at the committee asked, the members of the committee asked for, correct?
Yes, it's their ranking.
Per school. Okay. I'd like to hear from some of the parents, but I would consider, I mean, and Leslie, you can get this done with your department if we fully fund this?
Do you want me to answer that?
Sure.
Okay. As Leslie is part of one of the divisions that falls under me, we've had several discussions on it. We have an interesting idea. If this does move forward in the new fiscal year budget, currently the city funds $50,000 outsourcing agreement with the BAS to run the SEAM Plus program at our public schools. If this moves forward, and again, please remember Leslie's team, and it's really Leslie here with one other person, negotiates with one legal entity, which is the Miami-Dade Public School System, and then runs all of those programs. This would be 7 and probably growing through the years for it. So that's a significant amount of work. And I think the ask would be is if this enhancement is recommended to a commission, we would add in a net delta to remove that outsourced consulting agreement and bring that resource internal, which would give her an extra resource to be able to handle the STEAM Plus internally, plus all of these other programs that are run, which are quite significant. So we think it's a way of doing it cost effectively. Thank you.
Okay. To the
Hi,
parents?
I'm Jacqueline Powers, and I am the president of the PTO of the Innovative School at Temple Beth Shalom. I'm also a parent of 2 children there, and thank you in advance for your consideration. I hope all of the commissioners and the mayor got the letters that all the children hand wrote from the Innovative School, Temple Beth Shalom. We also had the head of school, Stacy Penson. She had to leave, but there was extra support here. And to your point about attracting families, since the pandemic, our elementary school has grown. We now have 2 kindergartens, which if you knew about our school, and, our 5th grade graduated last year with only 5 students. So we are growing and we're attracting these families. So I think it's a great asset from this, the city of Miami Beach. And however, we don't have these programmings. We don't have STEM equipment. We don't have these STEAM Plus programs, and we would be so enthusiastic and excited, and our learners in Miami Beach, again, read all of those letters that you got, are thrilled and excited about the prospect. If I can, for one moment, because I am on the QAC committee, and I know I'm not supposed to, so I'm not speaking, just to let you know that we did issue a motion that was a show of unity that the public, private, and charter schools, everybody unanimously on the committee said that as long as this was I have it here, I'll read it. The Committee for Quality Education would like to request the mayor and commission continue to sustain current public school educational enhancements and support the newly prioritized educational enhancements for the private and charter schools. The amount reflected for the private and charter schools is estimated based upon current public school enhancement programs and may not be reflective of actual funding needs. The public, charter, and private school representatives are united and committed to all improvements and enhancements for the educational needs of all Miami Beach children. These enhancements should only be an expansion and never a reduction of currently funded public school enhancement programs. So, there was a real show of unity. I've only been on the board since June. This was the first time we actually had this, unanimous vote. So, again, that was just from the QAC perspective, just to give you that. But I, going back to my parent hat, would be so thrilled and would actually also be happy to support Leslie in her endeavors so that she's not doing it alone. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't want it to get lost. Thank you, Doctor, for all the work that you do for our generation of tomorrow.
Thank you.
And I'm really excited, especially as I read the enhancements that these schools are going to get. For example, Matter Academy, they're getting a reading interventionist, STEAM programming, STEM programming, mental health services, extracurricular. What is a free ASE? I don't know.
After school enrichment.
Okay, they're getting an after-school enrichment program. They're getting the IB program. Common Threads we're rolling out, which, like I said before, is one of the best. I actually brought Common Threads to Miami Beach, so I'm excited about that program, which is, the cooking, healthy cooking and classes for the kids, and a math interventionist. I mean, it's unprecedented, but also, we are the economic hub of South Florida. We have these extra dollars that allow us to do this, and, I think that this amount and the impact that it will have overall on our community is just a really positive thing. Commissioner Bott, I did not mean to, because you looked at me and you said, did you want to do that? I didn't understand if you wanted me to talk about a matching program right now, because I didn't want to do a matching program right now, but I would consider if you wanted to have a sunshine meeting and sit down and come up with some other fundraising mechanism. I know that all of these schools also have fundraising programs, but the impact for the amount spent on stuff like this, especially like, for example, at Matter Academy, where there's 393 students, you look at it, a reading interventionist is $10,000, but the impact on those 400 students is tremendous, unquantifiable. So anyway, I didn't mean to, not about misinforming. I'm glad that you're supportive of this today, and I understand where your concerns lie. And I would like to move the item.
If I may,
at this point.
Just to be crystal clear, supportive of enhancements to students, full stop. And also, proud parent of 2 daughters who started at Temple Beth Shalom back in the day when nothing happened after preschool, and they're now 24 and 22 and rocking in the real world. So go TBS.
I will say for Tanya's wonderful girls, literally and figuratively rocking, because they have some musical talents as well. So, Mr. CFO, where do we stand on this moving it forward?
I have here, return to the Commissioner with a favorable recommendation to make a priority during the FY25 budget process on a recurring basis in the amount of, so we have that there. And I just, as requested by several members during briefings, that analysis to keep the level, and I think that, I don't know if that's really in the spirit of the QEC, is that at the same level, that would amount to, if we're looking at recurring, which I think during briefings seemed to be more of the interest. Again, would be 189,252. But what is interesting of that is the public school ones are set. Many of them have been set by commission resolutions that are set. I don't think the public schools have a lot of flexibility really in those funds. This would be a little more innovative, and that though the dollars may be less per school because it's per head count, they would have full flexibility on an annual basis to maybe their first year buy all STEM equipment, the next year to start a reading interventionalist. So what would happen is Dr. Leslie would sit with those individual schools. This is why it's very complicated, is then to say, this is the amount of dollars you equal out. You get $10,353. What do you want to do with it this year? And it may be something that they want to run that's worth $20,000, and they would have to fundraise the difference, donate it to the city, and we would run that whole, because we run these programs. We want to make sure, we're in the schools, I think, as Leslie always likes to say. So I think that would be the recommendation. And it's interesting because it's innovative, because it does allow the flexibility. Public schools don't have that, but it may be keeping it the same dollar value would be fair across the board. But at least the private schools would then have that set amount, and then they could every year, negotiate to see what program they want to run.
So for example, if these, okay, so I'm looking at page 90.
Right, that
and the
list
request amounts. I wanted to fund the total.
Yeah, if you did that, that would work out, like I said, the public schools are at $187.75 per child. This would be $491.10 per child, or 2.6 times the level that we fund our public schools if you go per head count. The list that was here, and Leslie will correct me if I'm wrong, was a menu was given them of what programs they would like to run with no insight into the cost, because it was like a blind test. I jokingly say, well, would you rather have a Camry or Ferrari? Most people would pick a Ferrari until you know what it costs, right? So these were all the programs we would love to run that they don't have. Now we just need to figure out the dollars. And then by figuring out how much money in the pool, then allocate it on a per head count basis on Miami Beach resident children, then the school can determine, okay, this is what the cost is behind that menu. This is what I got to work with, and they work within their budget. And then as they are private charter religious schools, they do have other outside funding sources. Obviously, they have tuition and things like that. And they can help add to that, and then donations or whatever to make it even more if they wanted to. It might help kickstart some of these programs.
I have a question, if I might. Jason, what are we doing about inflation increases? Is there a factor so that for both the existing public school amounts that have already happened and also whatever we decide to fund going forward? Is there a cost of living increase built in?
I would ask Lizzie, on the budget for because the programs we've run at the public schools, they're set, but on an annual basis for level service, we would adjust those budgets if the program costs $500 more.
It depends on the program.
Yes, some are and some are not adjusted. It could be set, that's a good point. You could set a number and then say to be increased at a rate of, 3% per year or something like that, which is usually a long-term inflationary index.
I think if we're trying to do this, it's realistic. I mean, we're seeing it with all of our construction projects, the things that got approved 5 years ago now are costing whatever, 20% more because of inflation. And I know inflation was very high and there were many extenuating circumstances over the last 5 years, but going forward, if we want to be fiscally responsible and not, we're setting something up that is good for the community long-term. But if, in 5 or 10 years from now, this ends up having half the impact because we're not setting it up correctly, that doesn't make sense.
If I may, through the chair, that's a very good point. Because, often things get in the budget and then we don't see them because we have a very large budget, right? But that would be a good idea to maybe index it to, a 3% number. And then obviously it could be revisited on occasion because I know the QEC is obviously going to be looking at these things all the time and recommendations come back through the QEC often to add a program or things along those lines. So, good idea.
So Jason, my motion is not what you just said. My motion is to, you have capital expenses because they want to buy the equipment. I don't know what STEAM and STEM equipment is what? We're talking about music, like instruments, things like this, art equipment.
The STEM equipment that's reflected on the list is science, technology type equipment. That was what was provided to the public schools for this school year.
Okay, so I would like to fully fund all the equipment. All right, and I would also, and the recurring is $495 per year, and they get everything. And I don't think that $495 number, I don't want to do what Jason said. Okay, I'd like to see if we can find the funding in some other way. At least fund the capital, the equipment. If you don't agree with me, then we can move forward. But I mean, they're not going to get. If we follow Jason's formula, they won't get the equipment. They won't get any of these things. So I'm not in agreement with that.
Yep, I agree. We would need to more refine but fully fund the one-time capital expenditures and then maybe hone in on an appropriate recurring number. I would rather under-promise and over-deliver as opposed to over-promise and say you're getting this and then we go through the budget cycle and not be able to come up with this. So perhaps we have something, the one-time capital expenditures that we fully fund, and then for a baseline recurring number, we go with Jason's methodology. And if we go through the budget retreat and we're able to essentially say we would like to top that up, I think that's reasonable. Commissioner Bott.
When the public schools got their wish list, did they get everything fully funded?
Well, the public school programming that is currently available has been something that has grown over about 15 years. And these are programs that have been identified by the community as things that we'd like to have for the children that wouldn't exist in the public schools without the city being present. So it's been an evolution.
So what I'm trying to get at is it's great to give everybody a running jump start by funding everything in the first year and then figuring out how to support it going forward. I want to make sure that in the spirit of the letter that was signed unanimously by the entire QEC group, that this does not shortchange then what the public schools have been doing, which is over the course of 15 years, slowly and thoughtfully, working their way up to what they have, which I'm quite sure is not everything that they would like on a wish list. So that makes me uncomfortable. Listen, I thought I was going to go into education as a field. Obviously I didn't. But I'm very sensitive to these issues, and I know what the costs are and what the recurring costs are for the city and how hard our teachers and administrators work to do the maximum with the absolute minimum that gets provided to them. So this is not about shortchanging anybody or castigating anybody for being in one kind of school system or another. But if we are going to do this and we're going to fully fund a wish list for a set of private schools, that's great. But then what are we going to do to make the public schools have what they wish for as well? And I don't see that outlined here, so that concerns me. Not because I don't want everyone to have what they need and want, but because I don't see a mechanism for the public schools to catch up.
Oh, can I just say something? Over time, if you look at the capital needs of each public elementary school this last year, I mean, their capital needs, and this has been recurring, like annually, Feinberg Fisher is getting 100, is that 120,000? I mean,
If I can, just to.
well, I mean, when you look at the equipment, listen, I would fully fund both of these needs. I mean, are we fully, right now, we're doing the 1,236,000. There's 328 for across all of our public schools, but this is just 1 year. I mean, we've been doing this annually for a while now. So, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, and I see that 78% of our students are in public schools, and I understand that. But this is catching up. It's a catch-up based on tax revenue dollars that have not been spent on any of these other schools for a very long, time, and have been spent on the public schools. So these one-time recurring expenses for capital is 393, this first initial.
Actually, Commissioner, the one-time are one-time. So the $275,000 STEM allocation was a one-time allocation that was infused into the schools this school year. The Stop the Bleed kits was a request about, 20 months ago, and we funded that. That was a one-time, and I think.
Yeah, if I could clarify.
Right.
Both the STEM and the Stop the Bleed, I think we're in the 23 budget. So in the 24 budget, there's really not any significant, one-time expenses for the public schools.
And Mr. CFO,
just for comparison.
If this gets approved today, the actual number truly won't be adopted until we go through the budget process in May.
Correct.
June,
We're just
correct?
looking for is all these money items that come through here is to make the recommendation, be part of the budget process for an amount of.
So maybe what I proposed to my colleagues, and let
Which
me
can
know
be
your
adjusted
thoughts
during the
on
budget
this,
process.
is essentially we move forward today with a dedicated commitment to fund this, and we bring this back at the next meeting and refine what the exact number is. We can essentially liaise with the QEC. You have my commitment that the absolute floor is the methodology that Jason suggested, and to the extent that we should be adding enhancements on top of that, I think these are numbers that maybe we discuss in a little more detail as opposed to just up here on the dais.
Okay, so my motion today would be to move forward, try to fund the capitals, and then use Jason's formula for everything else as a starter.
But how are we, if I may through the chair, how are we addressing whether or not the public schools need to catch up? I understand that they've been doing it for 15 years. I just want, and maybe they don't, maybe they're fine.
Commissioner,
part
I'd
of
like
the
to,
QEC, right?
I'd like to
Yes.
address that. The committee meets once a month, and as needs arise that are not being met, the committee, as you know, are quite vocal with what they identify. So it's not that these programs were implemented 15 years ago and we haven't continued to have conversation. About 15 years ago, we started the conversation, and many of these programs have been implemented over the 15 years up until just recently with there's request for STEM equipment, the request for expansion of our dual enrollment to include University of Florida. So we're constantly assessing the needs of the community. I don't think there's a catch-up. It's simply a matter of where are the needs that are currently unmet, where the city can enhance the educational opportunities for our residents.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
Okay, so I think you kind of, do you understand, Jason, the motion? Okay, so are you making I think as chair, I have to make the motion.
Yes.
Capital needs come back to us, so, and this will go to that we're sending this to our budget cycle, or we're bringing it back here?
It would be the proper thing, I think, would go to commission to make it a recommended priority for the commission to be considered during the 25 process. And if am I hearing correctly, is that it would be for the private schools at $163 for a one-time, and to fund at the same as the public schools on a per-child basis, on a recurring basis at $189,252. Is that
Okay.
the recommendation?
All right, yes, that's the motion to move to commission. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Wonderful.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dr.
And on
Rosenthal.
behalf of the many hundreds of community members that I've engaged with over the past 3 weeks, they're very excited and appreciative, and really, really do value the work that you do and the fact that you recognize that every child should have access to the same opportunities.
And Dr. Rosenfeld, I would ask one thing: as we do fund these capital needs, and we see the STEM equipment, and please invite us out to your schools so that we can go and see and see where the dollars are working and share with the community what we're doing. That's important too. So please invite us to.
I'm sure the
openings as
schools will
these
want to
happen.
have you come visit.
Yeah, well, this is the first of many votes that we're going to take on this. So,
And ladies, we need
right.
the same enthusiasm for the North Beach parking decal, okay?
You know what, but that's great, because especially for those of us who don't have kids, we don't get to see it a
Yeah,
lot of times.
yeah.
So
Thank you all for,
And we do. I'm actually going to be going on a tour of Beth Shalom soon, because I ran into all of your teachers at Cafe Bernie who are having their happy hour there, and they invited me on a tour of the school. So if anybody wants to join, you can ask my office. I'm going to be touring the Innovation School, and I love to see the growth that's happening.
excellent. Thank you so much, everything. I think for one procedural matter, speaking with the city attorney, we just need to briefly recall the item 23, the future proof, just to firm up the timing about when that's going to move to commission. And then we're going to hear real quickly before 1 p.m., item number 25, and then I hope to get to Live Nation by 1 p.m.
Sure. Because the special event guidelines include a restriction on new events during the month of March, this item should go to commission for a waiver of that restriction, pending the applicant going through the typical special event permit application process. But as an initial step, and I know that timing is sensitive, so if we can put, and if you would like to put an item on the April 3rd agenda, just seeking a waiver with the understanding that the applicant will still need to go through the standard process.
Yeah. I believe Commissioner Fernandez made a motion to have this heard at April. Is there a second?
I'll second.
By acclamation? Yes.
The record will just be slightly changed to show the return to commission in April, to the special event permit requiring a waiver. And I'll work with Rick
I'll
to make
give
sure
you
the
the-
right
yeah,
after
I'll give you
action
the
language.
details, yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent. And real quickly, just while we're on this line for the pivoting of Miami Beach, education, upscale, enhanced events, I'd like to move on very quickly. I've been dying to use this pun, but sail through number 25, the sale GP item for an event that we will have in April of next year. We may have, Mr. City Attorney, do we have representatives from the presentation on the line? Happy to tee this up if need be.
I can just read the item of the record. Number 25, discuss bringing the Sail GP event to Miami Beach in April of 2025. Number 25.
Excellent. I'll go ahead and tee this up. This is an event that I have followed. This is global. If you look at some of the world-class cities that Miami Beach is on parallel with, where this is Monaco, Saint-Tropez, Dubai, Sydney, Australia. This is referred to the F1 on the ocean. And when we look at visionary, iconic events, our good friend Bob Goodman just left us out of the room, but he always reminds me that Art Basel, which is now synonymous in elevating Miami Beach, was only approved on a 4-3 basis at the commission. Sail GP, as I've done more and more research, is something that I believe can just truly be iconic and transformative for our city. It is truly just synonymous with the brand that we're looking to promote in Miami Beach. Let me go ahead, turn it over to my colleagues. I'm not sure if anybody got a chance to go through the presentations, or nobody's on the line. Okay. Happy to discuss this further, but I'll turn it over to my colleagues for their thoughts.
So I did go through the presentation. In principle, it seems of interest, but I didn't understand what the impact to how would this work? What are the logistics? How many people? Where do they stay? Where's the racing? I mean, to me, it seems like, is it ocean racing? Or is it, like, does it need to finish up in the Miami Marina? I didn't really understand.
Lizette, I'll invite you up. I have the high-level details, but I know you've been working with the sponsors for some time.
Sure,
And
we've
from the feedback I've received, you've done outstanding work.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So SailGP, we met with them in February. This is another event that was brought to us by our partners at the GMCBB. As Commissioner Magazine mentioned, it is like Formula One on the ocean. They're proposing to have a race that would take off from Watson Island, and the viewing area would be from 6th to 8th Streets on the beachfront. So that's where they would have, similar to when you go to the Air and Sea Show, you would have like the bleachers or standing viewing area from between 6th and 8th Streets on the beachfront, and they're proposing the first weekend in April. First or second weekend in April.
So, if I may through the chair. So, it's the first weekend in April, takes off from Watson Island. Where does it finish? Is there any infrastructure build out besides the bleachers from 6th to 8th? Is there hospitality?
Within the 6th or 8th Street.
So it's all
on
contained?
the beachfront. Yeah, all contained.
And do the boats come in and dock here at some?
No.
Okay.
So the boats are taking off.
So that's not a dinghy dock issue.
Right, no. The boats will take off from Watson Island, then they come through Government Cut, then do like a turnaround. The race area is directly right on the ocean between 6th and 8th.
And so would the participants and the crews and their family, like all the entourage, be staying here? Is that part of, I mean, because otherwise, why are we talking about this?
Right, we can get further details of where they would be staying.
Thank you, Commissioner. If I can join Lisette.
And if you could introduce yourself. Yep.
Yes, of course. I'm Randy Friedman. I'm a local event producer, and I've had the opportunity to work with the producers for this event on many events here locally over the years. So it's a fantastic team. It's a very enthusiastic project. I did just want to reference, and I don't have all the details, but some of the questions, Commissioner, that you just asked, they do have room nights committed, 2,000 room nights just for the teams and the staff here on Miami Beach, plus 4,000 to 5,000 fans per weekend they're expecting. It's a great group. And as Commissioner Magazine said, fantastic, quality, first-class event for the city to host. And I've had the privilege as a local producer and working with this group, the producers for them, and we'll be working with them moving forward. So they recognize the value of local partnerships and hope that they can bring to you everything you need, because it's a great event and will bring a lot of enthusiasm and the right audience to the beach.
And it's just the one weekend?
Yes, it has a rehearsal slated for Friday, and then the race days are Saturday and Sunday, as far as the information that it was provided to our office.
Commissioner Suarez. Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. They also, and I'm sorry because you can't hear over the video some of the representatives that are there, so they also engage 500 youths in an Inspire program that is part of this program as well. So it's youth-oriented, it's professional, and it's exciting, and it's a great use of our land and our waterways. Not to mention their sustainability commitment.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me go to Commissioner Fernandez real quick, and then you, Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly sounds very exciting. I haven't been briefed on this. I just spoke with the GMCBB because it was mentioned that this came from them, but they, the president and CEO of the GMCBB is telling me that they're still trying to get information themselves about this. And so I get concerned when I'm being told here in public on the record at a meeting where we're being asked to take a vote and make a recommendation to our colleagues at the full city commission to take a position, that it's based on the fact that this is being brought to us by the GMCBB. The GMCBB is telling me that they're still getting facts on this and they're still not ready to take a position necessarily on this. And so what I would respectfully request, can we defer this item to next month to allow the GMCBB the opportunity to do its homework on this and to allow us to get briefed on this, because I haven't been briefed on this. And this includes our waterways and, of course, we're always very sensitive about events that take place on land, but even more so once we start going into our waterways and what environmental impacts it could have and that type of stuff. And so I just respectfully request, let's defer this to our April meeting so that we can get that further vetting.
Commissioner Suarez, and then we'll go to the event presenters that I believe are on the line.
I just want to, I co-sponsored this item. I think it's a great, I wanted to thank Commissioner Magazine for spearheading this. Again, this is another step in the right direction for the brand of Miami Beach, and not only on land, but now on water. I'm a commissioner that's very passionate about the water and its surroundings, and I think this is a great step in the right direction for that. So, I co-sponsored it. Obviously has my full support, and I'm looking forward to hearing the presentation.
Rick, can we go ahead and let the presenters, and then I don't know if we have a presentation media-wise that they'd be able to play just for 30 seconds or not, but I'll leave it up to the presenters. Yes.
I'll just add my 2 cents that I'm all for it. I love to see, like Sydney, Saint-Tropez, Miami Beach. That's what we want.
Yeah, hi. This is actually regarding item 3. I was raising my hand. I'm so sorry to come in now. Is it okay if I chime in for a sec?
We've moved on, and I think you have, it's closed, and but respectfully, I do believe that you have the full support here of the commission for that item.
And I just want to thank them for that. Thank you.
It's going to the April 3rd meeting for a full vote. So on April 3rd, if you tune into the meeting, you'll have the opportunity to comment there.
And if there's anybody else who wishes to present, please raise your hand, because I don't see anybody with a hand raised. Oh, Rob Hagedorn.
Hey, can everybody hear me?
Yes, Rob, go ahead.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Again, thank you for the time. So my name is Rob Hagedorn. I've been working on behalf of SailGP since our inaugural year in 2019, when we produced our first event in the United States in New York. So again, thank you for the time. I've also been blessed. I've worked with Randy in the past. I brought a NASCAR event to South Beach in Miami for about 3 straight years, where we took over South Beach between 7th and 9th Street and put on a free concert with Zach Brown Band, Blake Shelton, to basically really promote the sport of NASCAR, but also bring in a new fan base and really engage the community. At that time, we worked with Miami-Dade School District to bring in about 1,000 youth over the weekend around STEM education. So on my role, I oversee our U.S. events in North America. We've produced them in Chicago, San Francisco, New York, and in Los Angeles. And we actually have an event this weekend in New Zealand. So our proposal for next year, we're looking to bring our basically Formula One on water, which is 10 to 11 nations that compete over a race weekend, which is a Saturday and Sunday. The races are broadcast globally around the world, and they're roughly about 90 minutes to a 2-hour time period on Saturday and Sunday. As part of our event, I think Randy or someone mentioned before, we build our race village, which we're proposing right now to be on the beach, basically between like the 6th to 8th area, where we'll build in grandstands, chalets, VIP structures for sponsors and for media. We will have an entire area dedicated to our Inspire Youth program, which is where we engage anywhere from 500 to 1,000 elementary, middle school students throughout the week to teach them STEM education, get kids out on the water, a lot of kids have never been out on the waterfront before. We'll teach them about the sport of sailing. And then we also have an internship program for high school students to come and actually learn about everything from carbon fiber to engineering to marketing. So part of that race weekend is, about 4 hours throughout the day. We have our race village open. There's food, drinks. We did obviously integrate as many of our local business partners as possible in the event itself. And we will have a free dedicated area for obviously the community who may not want to purchase tickets to watch the racing. Because as you can imagine, they're racing basically out in the ocean in exclusion zone. And these race yachts are a little bit different than what maybe people think of sailing. They're actually foiling catamarans that can go up to about 50 to 60 mile an hour in about 15 miles an hour wind. So they're really the most technology advanced boats. And our belief is, our goal is to really use our sport to promote sustainability and clean energy and make people aware of how to engage with the waterfront and inspire hopefully future youth to want to protect not only Mother Nature, but also along the waterfront. So that is kind of our core race village area on the weekend. Besides that, on the Watson Island location, we build basically our technical area, which is, if you think about Formula One, it's kind of like our pit pit row where all the team boats actually get built. And that's a 3-week process. We've been in touch with IGY Marinas and their GM over there, going through all the final details. And that is a 3-week time period where we build tent structures, we put in temporary solar panels to power our event footprint, and all the physical boats get built in there. And that's about 300 staff throughout those 3 weeks that basically work on site. And then the boats themselves get craned in and out of the water daily. And then they'll go out and practice race out on the ocean. And then they come back in and basically get picked up out of the water and put back into the team themselves.
Rob, thank you for that. I'm
Yes,
going to
Chairman?
hand it over to my colleague, Commissioner Bob, but I will say the one thing, 2 things. One, please be very sensitive as you go forward, reaching out to all the stakeholders in the community, the various neighborhood associations. I think they'll be incredibly excited about this, but more importantly, all of the commission colleagues and also the GMCVB, so we can truly have an all-hands-on-deck effort. Let me turn this over to my colleague, Commissioner Bott.
Thank you. Rob, nice to meet you over Zoom, sort of. What is your time horizon? What's your drop dead that you need to have approval before you are no longer able to do this for next year?
Yeah, so Julian, actually, our chief operating officer, is in market next week. I want to say having a few different meetings. So he's unfortunately right now in Switzerland, so he's unable to join this call. But I can work with him, obviously, to have as many face-to-face meetings over the next week or 2 to make sure that obviously all of yourself on the board, but also other local community members are fully aware of the event, its impact both on the community and also from an economic perspective. So the goal is really in the next month, right, as we're planning our 2025 calendar. We have a race this week in New Zealand, and then Bermuda in May, and then Halifax, Nova Scotia, the 1st of June, and then in New York in the end of June. So we're planning our, obviously activating a lot right now, but really in the next 4 to 6 weeks is when we're trying to at least lock in our 2025 calendar, but also understand you all need to make sure that you're educated in everything you need to from both an economic impact perspective, the impact to the local community. So we're happy to make sure between myself and my team that are based in New York and Miami, and then obviously Julian, who's going to be coming over next week from Switzerland.
Because
Yes, please, sorry.
I think that a motion to defer takes precedence. And I'm in principle very interested in pursuing this. I think there's a lot that could be great for us. I have some concerns that I won't take up our time with here in great detail, but I think it's a little bit premature to vote on this at this point because there's still a lot of unanswered questions. So I don't want to screw up your timing because I think it's likely that this can move forward, but I think there needs to be some more vetting of what you want to do versus what we are looking for from our partners who come in to do events. I don't think anything will be an impediment to getting this done, but I think there's some more detailed conversations, and I know we don't have time to do it here.
Yeah, yes, and out of respect for yourself and Commissioner Fernandez as well, hear you loud and clear. Perhaps one thing you'd consider, going to hand it over to Lizette and then play a video, and then we'll come back to determine where we want to go for this. Perhaps we don't move it forward immediately to April. Perhaps we can move it forward to May, and we'll get to vote again on that at the full commission, but that's obviously any support that we have is going to be contingent on the group coming down here, meeting face to face.
I'm happy to withdraw my motion for deferral if we can do this for the May meeting. That way we have time to hear back from the Bureau on this and also, sit down, understand well the environmental impacts if there's any. This sounds actually great. It sounds like, again, the caliber of event we want to attract to our community, and the media it generates, it actually seems, very positive media that we do want to be generating for the city. But if this is for May, so we can get the other homework done, I'd be happy to support
Excellent. PJ, if you could tee up that video and then we'll bring this in.
up as they approach mark number 1. High speeds across the board. Look at those speeds dipping into 90 kilometers an hour. Australia, they've got to keep clear of New Zealand. Oh my word! No, shit! Great Britain, Tom, same speed as the Fighting Roos bring it home. It's so tight in at the top. The time has come to crown a champion. Oh, Ainsley's hurt. New Zealand here. This could go to the wire, Tom. And the three-peat is now complete. Oh, have you ever seen anything like that?
Excellent. Thank you, PJ. So, out of respect to my colleagues, I'm not sure if Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez is here, but perhaps there's a motion to move this to be heard at the full commission at the May meeting.
I'll make that
But that's 100% contingent on the stakeholders reaching out, meeting face-to-face with our colleagues and also our partners at the GMCVB. Lizette, let me kick it over to you.
Sure, I just wanted to share really quick, Mr. Chair, that COGP has gone through our special event sponsorship process, and so their application right now is being reviewed by our panel. They've asked for an up to $100,000 in special event sponsorship. However, that depends on what their scoring is and how much funding we have between all the organizations.
Okay, and we'll let that process play out as it may. I don't
That's
think
right.
that that's what this motion is for here. Yes, Commissioner.
So, I'll make the motion to move it to the May meeting, but I would like to say
Second.
for Rob, and as you prepare for the meetings that you're going to have over the next month or so, one of the big things to think about is that even though it's a small footprint, we don't want that footprint to become this raucous, like all-you-can-drink, loud speakers blasting towards the residents. And it doesn't seem like that's the kind of event that this is, but I just want to put this out there because, you know, we go back and forth with this constantly, and, you know, we don't want a bounce house with an all-you-can-drink all day long bracelet. So you can, you know, we don't want that. We want quiet, cool, elegant, something you can't see anywhere else. Or only in other 12 locations, but not many other places. So just figure that in as you start preparing to meet with all of us here.
And could I get a footprint for, like a map? If someone could give me a map, because the item doesn't have it, I'd love to see a map
Lizette, I
with a
think you were saying
footprint.
6th to 8th Street would be the setup on the beach, and then their actual setup would, where the boats are being prepared is actually, they've been discussing on Watson Island.
And where does, on the water, where does the activity 6 to 8?
6 to 8 out in the ocean.
Out on the ocean.
Got it, thanks.
Oh, I'm sorry. If I may.
That was not a recognized comment.
The chair, just the recommendation is to return to the May commission with a favorable recommendation. Is it a special event permit again, or what's the recommendation? They asked, the special event permit?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
The recommendation of the favorable, okay.
Excellent.
Is it through
By
acclamation?
acclamation?
All right, showing up by acclamation?
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Lizette. Thank you. And it was, thank you all for all the work you do for the community. So let's move forward. Like to hear item number 19. Who would like to tee that up here? Commissioner Fernandez, I know that you've been critical in this over the years. Happy to have facilities and fleet, but also Mr. CFO.
Just read into the record.
But I know how close you've been to this.
Number 19, discuss the Live Nation project to build new theater. Number 19.
Mr. Chair, I'm glad you've placed this item on the agenda. This is all teamwork. Listen, I think we need to explore all options. The building is aging. The building does have, I believe, structural issues. I saw a report that indicated as such. You walk through the facility, there's flooding going on in the basement, and they have to bring in these pumps to pump out the water from there, and there's limitations, true real limitations on the type of events that are being attracted there, given the space, given the lack of technology. and the type of revamp that will be required, the type of investment that will be required to make the facility competitive again, it does beg the question, is it worth investing that type of money in such an aging facility? That's an option. Or is it a better long-term investment to build a new facility? And I think that that's kind of our deliberation today. Do we want to explore the possibility of building a new facility or not? You know, certainly if that's the direction, let's say this body wants to go in, I think we also need to look at, you know, what elements of the existing facility could be preserved and incorporated into a new Fillmore. But I see we have Liz before us, our Director of Fleet. I'd like to recognize her to present it to us. I see we also have Live Nation here, and certainly at the appropriate time, Mr. Chair, it'd be great to hear from them as well.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, then I'm going to recognize our Facilities and Fleet.
Okay, no, we can go to facilities first.
Liz,
and then
please
we'll-
tee it up.
I'll be very brief. Good afternoon, committee members. Elizabeth Muro, Interim Director for Facilities and Fleet Management. So on November 8th, the city's voters did vote for a $159 million GEO bond. And of that, $29 million have been appropriated for the renovation of the Fillmore. On May 24, 2023, the Live Nation did present to the Finance and Economic Resiliency Committee their reimagining of the Fillmore Miami Beach, which would be, you know, would better serve our residents. That facility would require funding above and beyond the $29 million appropriation we currently do have. Okay, so that's really the basis of this discussion. Where do we want to go?
Excellent, thank you. And would like to invite the members of Live Nation up. Introduce yourself and tell us the direction you're thinking.
I'm Bob Goodman. I first want to say that I'm very pleased that Commissioner Suarez is here to participate in the discussion along with the other four commissioners. I was retained by Live Nation when the construction began at the new convention center, and then again during the pandemic as their local representative here to assist them in various issues because they're, as you know, based in California, in Los Angeles. There are two plaques on the outside of the building. One is when the Miami Beach Auditorium was built in 1951. That's how old this building is. And then there's another plaque when I was a city commissioner, when it was renovated to become the Theater of Performing Arts. The Theater of Performing Arts saw Pavarotti, Baryshnikov. The original auditorium had the Jackie Gleason shows and boxing and basketball. So this is what that building has become over the years. And now it is a facility that is operated and managed by Live Nation, and they pay a rent to the city, and I believe they have about 9 more years on their contract. At one time, I remember Norman Litz was the manager of that building before they turned it over to Live Nation. The city was losing about $1 million a year at the time. Now it has income from Live Nation as they operate it. I mean, they are the gold standard. As was stated a moment ago, Ricky Ariola had the wonderful idea of having a bond issue to provide enhancements for about 15 of the city-owned facilities, including this theater. There was talk during the referendum, which I handled to get passed for the 15 venues. We talked about at Live Nation about, well, can we transfer the $29 million towards a new facility? And Live Nation did a brief study and came back with the number of about $60 million to build a whole new, magnificent new theater. And with the new commission, it's now back on the table for you to discuss and take part in perhaps something that is really transformative for generations, because thousands and thousands of our residents and visitors go to this theater and enjoy the facilities. There's no food and beverage now that can be had. I mean, there's all kinds of opportunities here. And what troubles me is that this old building is surrounded by, hopefully, a new magnificent hotel across the street from the New World Center designed by Frank Gehry, a wonderful new, beautiful convention center, and the building is going to be looked at and fixed up, and probably 10 years from now, it's going to need something new. So anyway, I wanted to start the discussion. I want to tell you that our Chief Financial Officer of Live Nation is on the call virtually. John Aarons, Senior Vice President of Design, is on the call. Fred Kim, their Senior Counsel. Those gentlemen are in California. And locally here with me, I have Trevor Ralph, Vice President of Regional Venue Operations, Brittany Flores, Florida Regional President for Concerts, Sharice Pizar, Vice President of Talent Clubs and Theaters in Florida, and Nat Burns, who you know, who's been the General Manager of the theater for the last 4 years. I'll let Trevor handle it for a minute, answer your questions, and start the discussion. Thank you.
Bobby, thank you for this and for all that you've done for the community over for so long. I'll hand it over to my colleagues. I think where we want to go with this is kind of twofold. One, want to get some feedback from our colleagues about the direction that we take, whether it's repairing the existing theater or going forward with a new theater. And if it is the latter, I'd like the CFO and city attorney to essentially tee up what that means from a funding perspective and where the gaps are. Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
So I'm going to tell you a story. I went online recently. I was in London, and I said, we're going to go to the theater every day, and I decided to book this production of Guys and Dolls, which took us over to where the London Bridge is, and there is a new theater there called the Bridge Theater. It's the first theater that's been built anew in London in 80 years. It was, and I actually looked it up right now. I looked at, it was Hawthorne. Hayworth Tompkins was the architect on this theater. All I can say is that when I experienced this brand new technology in a theater, and I just looked up the cost, it was about 11.6 million pounds, okay, so what, $20 million? And by the way, we have $30 million, okay, $30 million. The possibilities of what we can do if we make a choice and build a theater akin to this Bridge Theater that I attended in London. It was so amazing because the new technology, first of all, it was like an amphitheater all around, and you had different types of seats. I mean, you could sit in the audience, or you could actually stand in the audience, and different parts of it, like rose and lowered. And they had done an adaptation of like an older musical, Guys and Dolls, but new. But when I sat there and I experienced this, and I had thought, because I had met with Bob, and I was, a little bit hesitant about redoing the Jackie Gleason Theater. But when I saw what the possibilities are, if we move forward and we choose somebody I don't know if Live Nation would consider going with the group that built this theater in London, but given the budget that we have and what I would like to see there, I would overwhelmingly, I changed any hesitation that I had about moving forward. I no longer have, because the technology that's out there, what Miami Beach deserves with the new convention center, with the new hotel, all the oceanfront hotels that are being renovated, and the types of productions that we could bring would just be amazing. Now, I don't know if Live Nation is only doing concerts, but I'm sure that I don't know the last time that you had this type of funding, or to build the theater. I would tell you that how much did we have allocated from the GEO bond?
29 million.
29 million.
If the tower theater that I was just, I'm sorry, the bridge theater that I was just in London cost 11.6 million pounds, and it was brand new, so it was only built recently. If that, I mean, I don't see how we couldn't build something even more superior to this bridge theater. And anybody who is even curious about it, I would, because this is such an opportunity, I would encourage you, literally, to ask Live Nation to fly you to London and see and go to this theater so that you could see what we have the opportunity right now to bring to Miami Beach and how transformative it will be. And I am a preservationist. I love our historic district, but we can make something so stunning that the United States, I don't even think they have anywhere. And we have the money to do it in Miami Beach. So I'm overwhelmingly approved, but I want this to be that type of theater. I mean, it has to be something that is so spectacular. And with $30 million, I can't see how we wouldn't be able to do it.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. I think before we get to that point, because and I share a lot of your feelings. This site is certainly a site that is important to our community. There's a lot of history there. It is a site that's emblematic to Miami Beach. People think of Jackie Gleason, his nationally televised show, and the memories that people have of that, and how it elevated our city in a national profile. And so I think there's a lot of that needs to be processed. I'm just wondering, because I'm not an expert on this. So we have 29 million that voters approved for the Fillmore. How much of our needs in that facility does the 29 million get us?
So thank you for that, by the way. The 29 million, first of all, we're extremely grateful for all of the support of the city and everyone who supported the GEO bond.
Don't thank us. Thank the voters of Miami
thank
Beach,
them,
the taxpayers of
yes,
Miami
thank
Beach.
them.
They're the
Thanks
ones
for
we
everyone's
need to
support.
thank.
It's a huge
Yes.
thing, and we're not making light of that. However, if you look at the list of the items that are included in that 29 million, it's almost all behind the scenes. It's almost all infrastructure items.
So we're talking about like lighting, seating,
plumbing, lighting, electric, HVAC. There's really very little in that 29 million which faces the community or will have any really visible impact on the community at all, on our ticket buyers, on people, on the artists that play there.
So
There's
it
not
doesn't
much in it.
change the caliber of production that we could potentially attract to Miami Beach.
There are some, I don't want to speak for the whole team, but there are some production elements in that which certainly would be helpful, but it would not be a large change for us.
How about the structural issues that I've heard about, some foundational issues having to do with the flooding? Does the 29 million address those?
I would say that it begins to address those things. When that list was created, that money was allocated across all of those projects. Here, many years later, whether or not all of those things can get met by that same budget is a question.
Understood. Okay. And let's say we invest 29 million into the existing aging facility. How long does that get us? How long does it extend the lifespan of a facility like this one?
I don't think it extends the lifespan much at all.
Okay, and does
I think it's a Band-Aid,
and
quite
Elizabeth, you are our director. Do you agree with that? I mean, what is your professional assessment? What did the studies tell us as to the needs? How far the 29 million got us, and how much time do we buy in the Jackie Gleason theater if we make this investment?
Okay, so a couple of things. The Fillmore itself has been recertified, so we do have the continual recertification, 40-year certification for the building.
And when did we obtain that?
We did that most recently, probably 2019. I'd like to
2019, so
confirm.
we're 5 years away from having to do the new 10-year recertification.
Exactly.
Okay.
But I'll confirm the date. Notwithstanding.
But that's important to keep in mind
Absolutely.
because when that 10-year mark comes, there'll probably be other needs that we will have to address as what happens, which is why we have these 10-year recertifications for
Correct.
older buildings.
Correct. Now, in terms of how the project was built or the funding that was allocated, This came strictly, the majority, I'm not going to say strictly, the majority did come from the MC Harry and Associates report that did, address structural, electrical, and other issues with the facility.
So what type of structural issues are we dealing with in that facility?
The flooding is one of them in the basement, but other structural issues, it is, certified, so all the structural issues have been corrected for the most part.
Okay. All right, and from your perspective, if we were to invest $29 million into this facility, how much time does it buy the facility?
It's kind of hard to say because we will continue to do the recertification. So any challenges or any structural issues that we did find or would find as part of the assessment, we would correct beforehand.
I'll tell you this. I do think long-term investments. I think we need to look. Today there is sentimental value with the Fillmore. I keep on calling it the Jackie Gleason Theater because it'll always be the Jackie Gleason Theater. You grow up hearing it being called the Jackie Gleason Theater, and so forever it'll be the Jackie Gleason Theater. So there is that sentimental value attached to the facility. Is it designated historic?
I'm not sure. I don't think it's not.
It's not designated as historic, and I think that's important for us to consider. I think ultimately, while there is sentimental investment in it, the long-term investment for our arts and cultural scene, for the energy that's being built around 17th Street, you have Collins Park to the east, where you have so much emerging art with the Bass Museum, with the ballet, with personal galleries starting to open up over there, individuals with wealth investing in creating collections of art, and that is important. We have the New World Symphony to the south of the Fillmore site. We're going to have an incredible hotel to neighbor the Fillmore facility to ensure that we attract the highest caliber activations for our convention center that had such a significant investment of taxpayer dollars. We're investing so much into Lincoln Road to reinvigorate the economic activity there. To me, it only makes sense that we look at this site and we contemplate how would a new theater, modern state-of-the-art, injecting there the newest technologies, how would it fit into the dynamics of the energy we've created around there? Not just us, because as Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez mentioned, the billions of dollars being invested in oceanfront hotels that are going to attract, the most discerning, the highest quality clientele and tourists to our community. They're going to be demanding top-notch productions that I haven't heard today that we can attract into the existing facility. So I'd like for us certainly to explore the possibility of, how can we use these $29 million to build a new facility? And then what do we do with the space that's left over? And is there the opportunity to repurpose, do adaptive reuse of the existing Jackie Gleason? That is at the heart of 17th Street. Can that be transformed into a transit station of sorts? Because eventually we're going to have, connectivity between the mainland and Miami. We're going to have a bus route going up Washington Avenue. We have major lines of transit on 17th Street. How could that be transformed into maybe we preserve part of the facade of the Fillmore, but incorporate housing there, much needed housing that we need for our city. It gives us the opportunity to now imagine and create other energy and create other opportunities that our community also needs in this very central part of our city. And I'm a big proponent of preservation. I fight for preservation, and we go to Tallahassee and we fight against the most powerful interests in our state to preserve our historic districts and our historic assets. But when we do fight for preservation, we also have to say, but these are the other areas of our city where we can we can explore our creativity and encourage new ideas, new construction to flourish as part of the future vision of our city. And I think that's a potential that we have on 17th Street, including this very central site, which is the Fillmore, which is at the crossroad of these two main streets, Washington Avenue and 17th Street. These are two main crossroads right there, and they intersect with the potential of great creativity to emerge from that site. So I'd be very much in favor of exploring a new theater there. Thank you.
Commissioner Bott.
Thank you. I should have gone before Alex because he stole my thunder. Listen, I, as most of you know, have served on the MDPL board for a number of years up until I was elected, and I was in the historic preservation seat at the planning board. So historic preservation is very top of mind for me. And I've been, because this isn't the first time this has come up, and I've been reluctant to part ways with the Gleason. However, given now that there are additional extenuating circumstances and that we will not, even if we inject $29 million into upgrading the theater, we will not pass our 10-year recertification unscathed. I'm sure it'll do very well, but there will still be more that needs to happen. And having lived in a money pit myself, it's really frustrating when you spend an ungodly amount of money and finish the work successfully and it looks and feels exactly the way it did before. So I've come around on my thinking on this, but what I would like to see, and also part of it is that as I've gone to see shows there a gazillion times over 21 years, and it never feels like anything to do with Jackie Gleason other than the name. And reimagining this theater as a state-of-the-art theater that, could obviously host musical events, but could potentially do other things as well. I don't know what the engineering for that would be. But building it, designing it with the notion, we talked about this morning, with the notion of bringing back some of that Jackie Gleason era swag, the Rat Pack and the beautiful design touches, and preserving the history through the art of the posters and, the boxing matches of the posters for those, and really designing it to play up the history. Because when you walk in, if you didn't know it was called the Jackie Gleason Theater, you would have no notion that it had any relationship to the Jackie Gleason show and the man and everything that came afterwards. What I would urge us to consider as a city is taking that space, which is a significant amount of space and incredibly well located, to be a part of a walking city, is to make that into workforce and missing middle housing. And I know that's not on you guys, but I'm saying that to my colleagues and to anybody who's listening out there. One of the hardest challenges for us to crack as we try to address the challenge of workforce housing is not just the cost of land, but the land itself. I mean, we're an island. There's not a lot that isn't already built. And so we are being gifted the opportunity to take 1.7 acres and make that into really thoughtful, well-designed studio 1, 2-bedroom apartments for people of multiple walks of life in the heart of our city. And right now, it's an underutilized corridor. I mean, it's great for cars going back and forth, but people don't hang out there unless they're going from point A to point B. And if we make that, you speak to any police officer, the way to reignite and reimagine a part of the city and to make sure it stays pristine and fabulous in the way that you would want it to, is to put people living there. And so if you've got families using Pride Park and walking a few blocks down to Feinberg Fisher, or going up to the high school, it's right there. And so I would be supportive of this with the caveat of that unused space, or the newly available space becomes affordable housing. And that's the motion that I would
Commissioner
make.
Bach, great comments. Thank you for that. In Collins Park, in part because of the $159 million cultural bond that was passed by our voters, is the epicenter of arts and culture in our city. And what a great, not only place to live, but who's going to benefit from workforce and attainable housing on that site are these fabulous cultural institutions that we want to highlight. Commissioner Suarez, happy to have your comments.
Sure. I just wanted to extend some support for this item. I think, you know, as Commissioner Bott always says, ripping off the Band-Aid and moving forward with a new initiative, and I think that's important. I think, you know, I certainly don't feel comfortable spending $29 million to put a Band-Aid on a building, only to not really know what's going to happen 5 years from now. I think that's just a waste of funds. So, just wanted to extend my support.
I should have followed my colleague Commissioner Bott's comment and not let others speak before me, because those were my thoughts as well. I think it would be a dereliction of taxpayer money to spend $29 million on something that, at the end of the day, we're still handcuffed with, and there's still constraints there. I fully appreciate the historic memories, but to me, the history and what is iconic is what occurred inside of those walls and is not the outside building. We do not want to spend $30 million and still be constrained about the types of events or productions that we can highlight our city with. So I'm supportive of this concept. I want to hand it over to my colleague Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, but then I'd also like to hand it to city staff to talk about some of the funding mechanisms, if there's gaps, and what this concept would look like.
No, I would just like to add that, you know, with the convention center, we moved forward and we spent $700 million, possibly more, with the different change orders. And we didn't elevate it, so it's not resilient. It's really, I mean, it's, okay, we're looking around, fine, it's a convention center, but was it transformative for the area? Absolutely not. So we spent transformative dollars renovating this, you know, this convention center, and we probably, had we started anew and done something iconic and transformative, this entire, you know, we would have had a hotel on top of it for the same price that we paid, nearly, you know, if we're rounding, you know, $1 billion, you know, boondoggle here. So I think that something shiny, new, resilient, especially when it comes to theater productions. If it was something, and I know that there is a sector of, you know, whatever you said about housing, sure. I mean, you know, workforce housing, whatever it is, I'm on board with that. But I would like to move forward with this proposal. I was looking at, do we have like a definitive drawing of what we're planning? No. So we haven't really even been proposed anything. Yes.
What I was just going to mention, to try and give some direction here. Fortunately, you have a company that has been working, partnering with the city now, how many years? Is it 12, 14 years?
Yeah, since
how many?
2007.
Since 2007. How many theaters do you operate and run in the country?
125.
125. I think that you should start meeting and discussing and planning a public-private partnership. What they can bring to the table, guide you, guide the city, and then have something to really discuss how the monies could be used, what the budget might be. We know you have 29, let's say $30 million, what they would contribute and get involved in. And I think that should be the first step moving forward, and let them engage with you about how a plan can be developed that you can really sink your teeth into.
Can I say one thing?
Just to piggyback on what you were mentioning, Madam Vice Chair, and the public comment that we just heard. Number one, you know, I think part of the success here for this to move forward is how iconic the architecture is. We need to make the community excited to have a new facility. Not excited because it's a theater, yes, that's great, but we already have a theater. But excited because you are introducing an architectural jewel with the taxpayers' money in part. Personal investment, because it will have to be a public-private partnership, and you guys are gonna have to invest as well and come forward with resources to the table. But give to the taxpayers something that the taxpayers deserve from their investment. An architectural jewel that is a burst of creativity as much as the burst of creativity happening inside those walls. So that even the individual who cannot afford to attend a performance inside that venue can enjoy the artistic elements of the design that they'll be able to appreciate just by walking by or driving by that facility. And that's something that we owe to our residents and our taxpayers. That's one of the things I wanted to place on the record. The second thing I wanted to say is that perhaps we should continue this item because we should be asking our city administration to sit down with Live Nation and to look at the numbers. Look at the numbers, see what a new facility could potentially cost, see what public resources we have through the GEO bond, and then how do we cover the balance? How much will Live Nation bring to the table? And if there is a balance, how is that balance covered? That's nothing that we'll figure out today, but I think we need to perhaps, and maybe Mr. Attorney, the correct motion would be making a motion recommending to the City Commission that it direct negotiations between our staff and Live Nation on some sort of public-private partnership to deliver a facility that is as creative inside as it would be outside. Could we, would that be appropriate, Mr. Attorney?
Wait,
Should we let the attorney
Assistant,
respond?
yes, please, and then you, Commissioner.
Okay.
There could be a recommendation to the commission. If the commission is going to direct negotiations directly with Live Nation, then the commission needs to keep in mind that ultimately this could require a bid waiver, which would require 5/7 vote. Another option that has, in the past been used in other scenarios is where there's an unsolicited proposal that would ultimately entail opening up the bids to others out there. But if the commission wishes to direct the administration to negotiate exclusively with Live Nation, that would have to be under the rubric of, a bid waiver or a
No,
possible,
and I don't think that that's good.
A possible bid
That's
waiver.
optics-wise, and our public, I think we will lose our public, our residents on that. I think always having competition is always in the best interest of processes like this.
But Mr. Attorney, how would we essentially balance that with, they have a lease to continue operating for 9 years? If we would go and pivot, how would we navigate that?
Well, I would imagine that in order to make an investment of this size, they're going to look for a substantial extension. I don't want to speak for Live Nation. 4 years? No, you're asking to speak.
4 years?
No, I don't. I think that was just a hand wave.
Oh.
Not 4 years.
It really depends on what the realm of the possible is. If it's going to be a long-term lease that has one road, if it's going to be a lease that's less than 10 years that has different procedural requirements. So,
But I guess,
think there
Mr.
could be.
Attorney, what I'm saying, if I could,
Yep.
what I'm saying is, when we talk about, okay, do we go and explore a possible P3 with other operators? Aren't we somewhat constrained because they still have a 9-year lease?
Correct. I mean, but what I was saying earlier is that the commission could direct preliminary discussions, understanding that if eventually a deal is to be made, that will require a bid waiver if you're going to extend the term beyond its current length.
Okay, Commissioner Rosengonzalez.
So, and we've been very happy with Live Nation. You have a wonderful group of people that follow you, and we really miss having the concerts. You're not open right now, right? You just reopened,
Yeah,
right?
we have a show tonight.
October.
Oh,
We
thank
have a
goodness.
show
Okay,
tonight,
so
show
there's a
tomorrow
show.
night.
Who's on tonight?
Tonight it's Neutro Shorty, and we have a sold-out Bill Maher performance tomorrow night that we're very excited about.
And I attend
Wonderful.
VU's church,
Wonderful.
and I know you just had a wonderful event for the Women of VU's just
We
in the
did
past
last
few
week.
weeks.
So
With
wait.
3,500 people, I think?
More like 27, but yes, thank you.
So that's great news for Lincoln Road, that Live Nation is open and operating again. I'm sure the businesses are happy for that. Look, with all due respect, we have $29 million, and we have a piece of property, and we can do whatever we want with it, and we want to work with Live Nation, but I don't understand why we're giving them our theater. I just don't understand what's going, okay, so wait. We would like to be able to, we want to build our own theater. First of all, how many years are left on this lease? You said 9, somebody said 4. I'd like to understand where we are right now.
Yeah, if I could just clarify, our current lease is set to end in January of 2026, but we have a 5-year option.
Okay,
So
2026 with a 5-year option. But, okay, so right around the corner here, okay? All I'm saying is there are so many options available. The whole world is open to us. This tremendous piece of land with $30 million attached to it, okay, that we have right now access to. I'm not saying that we don't want to work with Live Nation. I'm just saying that, you know, whatever, yeah, I want something like the Bridge Theater. I want us to have something that is iconic, transformative. Commissioner Bott wants housing, fine, but, I just want to make sure that we, get this public-private partnership, I'm not sure what that means, but all I know is that we have land, we have a theater, we have options, and Live Nation, if we build the theater, they're gonna have to pay for the new theater. But you're gonna make so much more money, because think of the possibilities of what you can host. I don't know what whatever.
Neutral Shorty, yes.
Neutral Shorty, but imagine that we bring you a theater where you can host anyone and double your, have 10 times the revenue, right? And, that's what everybody wants. We want more, more people, more iconic. So I'm just like, we need somebody to negotiate whatever's going on for this body. And I'm not sure what this direction is, but just to say, we're given the 29 million and we're going into, does that mean like in perpetuity, like we're married?
No,
Not that I don't want to be married to you. I just want us to get the best deal, okay? And by the way, you have probably the best lobbyist. Mr. Goodman has been working behind the scenes for you, tirelessly promoting you. I just want to make sure that we realize the land and the money and the possibilities that are sitting here before us without just giving it away. So I don't know what direction, I'm not sure what we're doing here. What are we doing?
So I think directing staff to go out and negotiate what a potential P3 would look like. And when I say P3, anybody correct me if I'm wrong, we are not giving Live Nation anything. You are not getting our land. You are not getting our building. We would enter in that $29 million. You would add some sort of sum and have this beautiful world-class architectural gem. And that would come contingent with extending our lease with you, and you would operate. And what I understand is you would actually have a revenue share back to the city on the new theater.
Yes.
And you guys were envisioning how long of a term, how much money were you putting into it? I mean, we would want a revenue match. You're a very profitable private corporation. I mean, you would have to really come back with terms that are impressive if you would like a long-term contract like that for us to give up the possibilities of what we currently have right now in front of us, which is a lot of money and a wonderful piece of land in one of the most iconic places in the world.
Why don't we discuss?
Commissioner Bott.
Oh, sorry.
So are you, I know you manage theaters, obviously, and very well. Do you build them also?
Yes.
Can you give us some examples of what you've built and from scratch, or like what, or maybe not even, you don't need to do that now, but maybe in the next round of conversations, can we have that, because I know we as a city are not in the business of building theaters or public housing or anything. That's not our job. It's not what we're staffed to do. We have people who oversee it, negotiate the contracts, look out for our collective best interests, but no one's going to be putting on a hard hat and sitting in a backhoe trying to figure out where things go. So that would be obviously a really important part of the conversation. And so I think this item has been moved and seconded, but I would also like to, before it gets closed out, ask the attorney, the city attorney, to prepare something to go on to commission, I guess, for a dual referral to talk about the possibility of exploring the 1.7 acres that will not be used for this theater, and exploring it, how we can bring affordable housing, workforce housing, housing for the missing middle to that piece of land.
Sure.
In all due haste.
And I think I want to be clear that, I mean, right now there's many different options available. There's a possibility of continuing this as a management agreement. This could eventually become a lease agreement. There are different requirements depending on what option makes sense for both parties. And ultimately, once we've explored some of those options, the commission, well, with the FERC's input, could decide what direction it would like the project to take, and from there decide whether it is going to be a bid waiver or whether there's going to be something different. But right now, all you're asking is for initial discussions to start exploring the world of possibilities with our existing manager who has 9 years left. So it doesn't make sense to issue an RFP at this time because you're going to have 9 or 10 years to go before anybody else could come in.
Right, and I think that's where I was going. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Fernandez. I think that's where I was going with this is we could go out and find Live Nation's competitor and do the RFP, but Live Nation, because they have the contract extension renewal, could say, no, we have this contract, and you can't essentially break this without whatever that penalty may be for 9 more years. And we would be essentially handcuffed or constrained from doing anything substantial on this building without Live Nation's support. That's how I'm reading it, but correct me if I'm wrong.
That's exactly right.
Chair, if I may, I'd like to ask Liz to come up. I have something just a couple items just to clarify on the record.
And what? Oh, yeah.
And I'll be quick. So the first, this term that's coming up expires in about a little less than 2 years, right, on January 2026. There's another 5-year extension. Is
That's
that
correct.
mutually agreeable or automatic?
Mutually agreeable.
Okay, so technically, the city could be out of that agreement in 19 months, in
Excuse
January
me.
26.
It was mutually agreeable, but in connection with the early access agreement and the negotiation of that to allow the hotel developer to come in, there was a modification of that clause. So as long as Live Nation is in good standing, then they are deemed to have exercised the.
I'm sorry. Wait. I just want to make sure I understand this right. Because we're in negotiations right now with that developer. And so I just want to make sure our negotiating team is aware of that, because that's now opportunities that potentially the city could be losing because of that early access agreement, and that is, of value, that we gave up our mutually, our mutual right, our right to be able to opt out of this agreement and be able to explore a different option. So I just want to make sure that our negotiators that are, negotiating with the hotel developer, recognize the value of that, because it kind of ties our hands for the time being with Live Nation to do something either now, or if we decide not to do something with Live Nation and go into a more competitive process, having to wait, a number of years before really having that option before us.
Yeah. So if again,
is that correct, Mr. Attorney?
Is it correct that we agreed to? It is correct that during that process there was a give in exchange for the gives that the Live Nation team gave in favor of the developer and ultimately in favor of the city, because keep in mind, it was the city wants the hotel project to move forward. So it was a 3-way agreement. Actually, there were 2 different agreements. There was an agreement between the city and Live Nation, and then a mirroring agreement between the city and the developer, because we have contractual privity with each of those 2 parties. They did not, as between the 2 of them.
So what's the motion that's before us at the moment?
The motion, I believe, is to recommend to the commission to direct the administration to engage in preliminary discussions with Live Nation to contemplate what are all the possibilities in connection with a redevelopment of the hotel, including or excluding that parcel. And I mean, that is what I understand the
And it's nothing
motion is.
binding, it's nothing.
Non-binding.
Okay. I mean, I'm fine with something that's not binding, just to explore, like, really what is feasible and what is not feasible.
Yeah, I mean, we have to start somewhere.
Yeah.
We have to start talking to somebody about something, otherwise we're going to be doing this for the rest of our lives.
But we're not giving any land away, we're not committing
there's
to
no-
anything,
no.
we're not, I just wanna make sure the five of us are clear about that if there's any ambiguity about it, that the five of us are clear, that we're not giving land away, that we're not doing anything like that.
You know, we got $30 million for the Byron Carlisle complex too, and we hired a consultant. And I don't know what we paid that consultant, but these guys look pretty weighty. They understood exactly, they are theater experts, okay? The premier theater experts in the world. So if we're gonna move forward with this, the first thing that we need to do is hire our consultant, because it's our land and it's our money. Wait, or we could, I mean, like, if you want Live Nation for 30 years, then we can.
But no one's
And I'm not
saying
saying, no, I know, well, we kind of are.
We're
Because
not.
that's what a P3, we're not. Well,
No.
wait, can I finish? Like, I just got that, okay, I'm not saying things that aren't true, but I'm not saying that we don't want Live Nation. I'm saying that we should start by hiring our consultant. They came back with the Byron Carlisle Theater. They were pretty impressive. They still haven't come back with their final report on what they wanted to do with the complex. But if we did a similar thing, you know, here also, we're getting, with the advisors, we can tell them, look, we have $29 million and we have this piece of land and we want to put a cultural facility. What do you guys think that we should do? What can we do? And then we can take that and we can put that out, and then Live Nation can have the opportunity to bid with everyone else. But that's how kind of we take control of this, I think, is by hiring the expert in theater production. Yes.
So that consultant, my understanding, is experts, they are experts in cultural centers in general, which is a different animal than what we've been contemplating, which is a theater, whether it's for music only or music and live performances, plays. That's a different conversation. The Byron Carlisle project is contemplated to be a variety of cultural offerings and other types of mixed use, possibly with workforce housing. There is a draft version of the report. It is a hot topic. I think it's actually on this agenda, or it's on an upcoming agenda, but it's work in progress. But if we're talking, I mean, what this item before us is reconfiguring or reimagining the Live Nation, the theater, as what it is currently, just upgraded. I don't believe there's been any contemplation about, do we want to create yet another new cultural complex that includes gallery space, includes recording studios, includes black box theaters, includes offices for the not-for-profit organizations. That is a different animal. And so I think we need to first make sure that we're separating those, because that's a different conversation entirely.
So,
Chairman,
wait, can I?
Yeah, and I also want to be cognizant, we don't bog this down in a multi-year process. This is $29 million that was passed several years ago. We want to move forward with a renaissance of our city. I'm looking at Live Nation's market cap here. Corporation's worth $24.5 billion. They sound like a pretty good consultant, and we're actually working hand in hand. We don't have mutually exclusive interests. They want what's best because that is going to maximize and enhance the revenue, right? So why don't we start there? Let Live Nation, who just said they actually build theaters, let them come back and say, this is what we can envision, right? That seems like a great consultation as starting point. We can say, no, we don't want to do that, but that sounds like they'd be able to turn around fast. We just heard that the Byron Carlisle final report isn't even in yet. I mean, how long has that been going on? I'm in favor of seeing what Live Nation returns. And if we like it, we like it. If not, then we're back to the drawing board. But hearing from the city attorney, we are somewhat handcuffed with them, for better or for worse. I'm not saying that as a negative way, because they have the right to renew their contract for 5 years. So if we went with Live Nation's competitor, I don't even know who it would be, Live Nation can say, well, that's great, but you can't actually occupy this theater for another 9 years. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, then Fernandez, then Jason, and then we'll get to our 10:30 time certain. No.
Look, we got, the Regal Cinema recently told us too, that, you know, they're staying open right now for a spell, but we kind of all know that that property is probably going to be redeveloped at some point in time. There's a lot of vacancies. And if Live Nation wants to come back and show us the theater, fine. But like, I always wanted to have the possibility of possibly including like a movie theater in this site. I know that, why couldn't we host concerts plus have a Cirque du Soleil? I just don't know, you know. I know at one, like, I just want us to get the best. So the direction, the motion that you're saying is to go out, is to just have Live Nation come back and show us what they're gonna do?
Show us the coolest thing for the cultural epicenter of our neighborhood. Show us the coolest thing you can provide Miami Beach. I don't know if that's exactly how we word it in the RFP, but Commissioner Fernandez, let me turn it over to you.
It's just a non-binding conversation, just to see, you know, is there any possibility of doing anything or not? A preliminary overview of numbers and just, you know, see, is there any possibility? If there is, then we take a step further, and then we can discuss policy-wise. Well, does that mean we do a competitive process where others can compete or not, or, you know, given the fact that we don't have that option to get out of the agreement. But I think it's just very superficial, a very preliminary conversation at the moment, just to see, does it make sense to even have any further conversations? That's what I see us doing right now. And I think that, you know, it's way past, we've passed time to move past this conversation. I think we're talking in circles.
Commissioner Bott. Yep.
Just a very quick question for my edification. Do you build the theaters yourselves? Do you have a construction arm of your corporation?
Excuse me. Yeah, we do. We have an internal design and construction.
Okay, so you wouldn't be the middleman.
We partner with a lot. We partner a lot. We probably have 25 or so current projects at various stages of pipeline all over the country. But, you know, all different kinds of relationships with developers, with municipalities, all different.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
And the last time that you built a theater with a municipality was where?
Yeah, Waukee.
If we could request that you follow up actually with the designs and show us the theaters where you've essentially provided partnership.
We can provide a list.
Put together a deck of what, you know, of what you've done, of what you, like, what you've done.
Sure.
How much you guys want to put in, how many years you're thinking the contract will be, how long you think it will take you to build it if we come to a consensus. And how long do you guys need to get that back to us?
A preliminary list we could do very quickly. I mean, some of that information in terms of budgets and things like that are deeper questions, obviously. But.
Do you want to keep it on in next month?
Yeah, let's do that. Lyle, let me recognize you while you're making your way, Mr. CFO. And
hi, everyone. Thank you. Lyle Stern, 690 Lincoln Road. First of all, thank you to all of you. Thank you to all of your colleagues. Thank you to administration. Thank you to the police department. Spring break went great. So thank you for everything you've done. I thought it was great. Bob was kind enough to call me and let me know that this item was going to be on. I'm not wearing my Lincoln Road bid hat. I'm not a consultant for Live Nation. I'm just here as a resident and a business person in the city. I love this conversation. I think unlocking the potential of this real estate for the long-term good and value of the citizens of the city, our residents and our tourists, with everything going on around it in this city center complex, is one of the most spectacular conversations I've heard in a long time. So thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. CFO.
If I could try to wrap it up, I just want to make one statement. I think for the good of the record is that the $29.1 million, when that was developed with facilities and went through the, you know, that's our arts and culture bond, that was only about 1.5 years ago. That number would clear up all any outstanding deficiencies that are with that facility. So I just wanted to make sure for the record, and I think that the will is here is to move on to a new facility, but just to understand if that did not happen, that $29.1 million would not be a wasted number. That would bring the facility up to a current standard of that. So I just wanted to make sure that that was for the record. Now, if I can, listening to all this discussion, I believe what the recommendation would be is to return to commission with a favorable recommendation, direct staff to negotiate with Live Nation to build a new Fillmore Theater and to retain the item in FERC to return with said proposals.
Perfect.
Is that, yeah.
There's
Okay.
no directing there, is there?
You need to direct staff to negotiate, to discuss with Live Nation.
Can't direct?
No, you would return to commission.
I
You would
can
retain
help
and
you
direct.
tweak the language.
Right,
what
it
you
would,
said.
it would
Yep.
go to commission to direct, and then it would be retained here to return, for the item to return.
Yeah, we don't want 200 pages landing.
Sorry.
If I have a motion or if it's by acclamation,
I think we already had the motion and it was seconded, so.
we'll
By
show
acclamation.
it by acclamation.
By acclamation.
Thank you.
What happened to the pension item?
That's your item. You deferred.
Oh, I deferred.
Because it wasn't done yet.
I will say, when you do this with one vendor,
Oh, can you use me as a co, I want to. On your Live Nation.
Oh.
Oh, can we call the ombudsman?
We will, let's get to the Barclay because it's a time certain, and then I assure that we'll get to the ombudsman.
And I will show Commissioner Fernandez added as a co-sponsor to this item.
You can add me too.
And Commissioner Bott, thank you.
Yep. Let's go to item 19. Time certain.
Which item we go with? Okay, this is item number 2. Chair, Adam? Chair, is it item number 2? Yeah? We're gonna be calling item number 2, Chair?
Yes.
Item number 2 is discuss and take action on the redevelopment of the city-owned property located at 1940 Park Avenue, the Barclay, pursuant to request for proposals, RFP number 2023-115-KB, number 2.
Through the chair, Raquel Williams, Assistant City Manager. The Finance and Economic Resiliency Committee requested that the developer come back to the city with additional development scenarios for the Barclay project. The developer provided to staff 5 development options. Those are outlined in your memorandum. In order to be brief, I just want to run through the 5 options, and I know you all received this documentation a little late. Note that the administration did not have any discussions with the developer. We did, however, have some communications to make sure that we clarified some discrepancies in the documents provided to us. So in option 1, and before I go through them all, I want to sort of frame this in terms of 4 categories of potential priorities.
Raquel, which document should we be looking at?
There is a bound,
Okay,
it
got
says
it.
number 2, new business number 2.
No. Got it.
Perfect. So there are 4 categories of priorities from my perspective in terms of the recent discussions, in terms of the direction and recommendations provided by the committee at the last meeting. One of those categories is historic preservation. Will the building be preserved? Then there are financial benefits. Then there's affordability. What will the composition of the project include in terms of affordable workforce and or market rate units? And then there is the category or priority level related to zoning information, height, FAR. So I'm going to go through each of the 5 options as fast as I can, and then sort of narrow down where each of these options land in terms of those 4 priority categories. So option 1.
Should we refer to page 19? Is this the 5 options?
Let's see. Exhibit C provides a table that goes through all of the details for the various proposal options. That might be most helpful visually. So it's at the very end. There are 3 pages, Exhibit C. And some of this information is embedded in the memorandum as well. So option 1 provides for preservation of the existing building in addition to a new building that would include 7 stories. The FAR being requested is 2.58, which is slightly above the FAR permitted or allowable at the site of 2.37. The upfront payment would be $344,000 with annual rent at $50,000. The upfront and guaranteed together over the life of the lease term of 99 years would be $15.4 million. The project would include 71 total units, 35% of which would be market rate, 65% would be affordable and or workforce. Option 2, this is a request to preserve the building as well as add a new tower. This tower would be 12 stories, 132 feet high, which is above the 75 feet currently allowed at the site. The FAR requested is 3.46, which is above the FAR permitted at the site. The upfront payment would be $1.5 million, annual payments of $100,000. Over the life of the lease term, the guaranteed and upfront together would be $31.8 million. The unit mix would include 113 units, 68% market rate, 32% affordable workforce housing. Option 3 would include only a new building, meaning that the existing building would be demolished. It would provide for 6 stories as well as 82 units, 84% market rate, 16% affordable and workforce housing. The upfront payment would be $5 million. The annual rent, $100,000, and over the lease term, the guaranteed and upfront together would be $35.3 million. Option 4. This calls for an FAR of 5.33, above the 2.37 currently allowed at the site. It also calls for a 12-story building at 132 feet, which is higher than the 75 feet currently allowed. It would call for a $6 million upfront payment, which would take us over the threshold initially discussed at the last FERC meeting, whereas the city contributed $5.6 million, so this would take us above that number. The annual rent would be $100,000. Over the lease term, upfront and annual guaranteed rent would be $36.3 million. The site would include 141 units, 84% would be market rate, 16% would be affordable and workforce. Option 5, this is the only option that would not include commercial on the ground floor. It calls for the existing building being preserved. It does, however, contemplate funding from several public sources, including the city, and going after various grants. This would allow for 100% affordable and workforce housing. The development timeline would be contingent upon acquisition of those grants through various funding sources. That's option 5. So the city would not receive any money up front, no annual rent, and so no money over the lease term. So the 4 categories that I mentioned before, if I could just sum them up again in terms of how the options are outlined. If historic preservation is the #1 priority, options 1, 2, and 5 would fit the bill. If financial benefits are the #1 priority or the highest priority or a high priority, options 2, 3, and 4 would suffice. In terms of affordability, if we're looking for a greater percentage of affordable and workforce housing units, options 1, 2, and 5 provide for that. Whereas if we're more concentrated on market rate units, options 3 and 4 provide for that. If we have concerns with height and going over the allowable height, options 2 and 4 will be a challenge. That will require a 5/7 vote of the City Commission. If we are concerned about FAR being above what is currently permitted, options 2 and 4 will be a challenge, as a 6/7 vote of the commission is required. So that's just an overall summary. We are certainly eagerly awaiting the direction of the body to recommend to the commission that we either authorize negotiations formally with the developer, we terminate the RFP, or we go another route, potentially a city development, which had been discussed prior, We are just looking for that policy recommendation so that we can get to the next step, whatever that may be.
Raquel, one fantastic job, truly. You and your team, I had in my head what I'd be looking for, and this is exactly it, right? This gives flexibility for what we all want, and we all say, okay, here are the different options. What is the vision we would like to see there? What's important for us? Is it historic preservation? Is it maximum amount of housing affordability? Is it the financial return to the city? And you have mapped that out here perfectly. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues for their thoughts. One quick question. If somebody in this neighborhood would do a Live Local project through a private application, would the height that they'd be allowed to build up to is 200 feet? Is my, just sitting here backing into this, because I think on the east side of Collins Avenue, north of 23rd Street, which certainly is within a mile of this, is 200 feet, maximum allowable height. So they'd be able to essentially, no questions asked, submit to our planning department, and we already have a streamlined process. They'd be able to go, as long as they included 40% workforce, up to 120 AMI, they'd be able to build up to 200 feet here.
So there, I believe there is a provision that calls for potentially 71 units that would be affordable. And so we would have to look at how the FAR would be distributed and how the income stream would work for such a project. But yes, there would be more flexibility if this was a Live Local Act project. However, because this is the city's property, it's in the city's proprietary capacity to approve any exceptions or amendments to the land development regulations. The city is not bound by the Live Local Act because this is the city's own property.
Yep, thank you for that. And where I was going, just to put the Hayden FAR in context about, okay, what's allowed, but if somebody would submit a private application for Live Local, what that comparable project could be. So these all come in well under what right next door would be able to do via Live Local Act.
And the developer
again,
is
thank you.
here if you'd like to ask any questions of the developer.
Let me turn it to my colleagues and hear your thoughts.
I'll tell you
Please.
this. We got this very late last night, in part because, you know, we didn't, I guess the city administration didn't get the final version of this till pretty late themselves. Is that correct?
We have, we requested the documentation by a certain date. We got it after that date, and we have done a little bit of back and forth with clarifying discrepancies in the documents provided.
Okay. You know, I'm more inclined towards option 2, where we achieve preservation of the site, but we also provide the opportunity to, you know, to increase our quantity of workforce housing units. It would require sacrifices from us in terms of zoning, but those sacrifices don't cost us anything. What I don't like about option number 2, and the reason why I'm not inclined to support this today, I don't think that financially it makes sense for the city. I mean, it just to me it is undervaluing the property. I think we've made it clear we want to preserve the site. I mean, at least I've made it clear, and I think I've heard a number of our colleagues say that they would like to preserve the Barclays site. But we're open to the use of FAR and the use of height in order to make it financially viable. Whether it's the use of FAR on that site or even transferring FAR to other sites, we've seen FAR as a tool for this site. We've seen other zoning tools as well. But you know, to say that you're going to enter into a long-term lease, but you're going to give the city upfront $1.5 million, the public optics of that is horrendous. Horrendous. Like, how can we look at our residents and taxpayers in the eyes, to the taxpayers who own this property, and tell them that a premier piece of real estate across from a leading convention center in the heart of one of the wealthiest communities in the country, we're giving away such a prized piece of real estate on a long-term lease for $1.5 million upfront payment? I can't in good faith stare at my constituents in the eye and tell them that that's in the best interest of our city. And I think, you know, I need to see this be much more appetizing before I say, yeah, let's sit down and negotiate. This is still not to the point where I can say it makes sense to the taxpayers to start negotiating on this. The taxpayers own this property, and right now the money being given to the taxpayers for this property under the option that I can that I can support, it's not good. And so that's kind of where I'm at right now.
I wish I had more time to digest this. I'm not as dazzled as I was hoping to be. I'm willing to be flexible with height because just a couple blocks south, there is a 14-story building, the Octagon. I think it can be done in a thoughtful way. I tend to share my colleagues' views that, you know, it seems like a pretty good deal for
the developer.
And it's not as much affordable workforce housing as even we would be getting. Not as much of a percentage as we would be getting. Anyhow, so I need to chew on this a bit more, so I'm not really prepared to.
And if I may, I'm happy to make a motion to defer this because I truly feel, you know, Mr. Peoples, you're a very charming man. You can do a better job dazzling us. Come on.
Do you mind, through the chair, if I respond? Briefly?
Yes.
By the way, Donahue Peoples III. I'm the founder and chairman of Legacy. You know, this has got to be the 6th or 7th time that we're all together around this property. It's the midpoint, hopefully, of a long journey, but a journey that started in 2007 when the Miami Beach CDC owned the property. And maybe we could say it started in 2015 when the city of Miami Beach had it. Maybe we could say that it started in 2017 when the first RFP was issued. There was one respondent, they were deemed non-responsive. Or maybe 2018 when, again, an RFP was issued, an agreement was entered into with Atlantic Pacific, but ultimately the deal didn't come to fruition. Or maybe this most recent time where we were the sole respondent. I'm excited about the deal. Absolutely excited about delivering a transformational property to the city that balances a myriad of competing objectives. Delivering a new renovated asset to take the place of a dilapidated, empty building that's a bastion for crime and homelessness to the community members who've shown up now 4 consecutive commission meetings to advocate during Sutnick for something to be done. I recognize that the financial proposals in front of you all, you know, are varied, and the ones that retain the historic asset don't meet the financial criteria set out by the city, and the ones that do don't retain the historic asset. But today we're not asking to finish the project. We're not asking to conclude negotiations and execute a ground lease. What we're really asking to do is for this committee to recommend to the commission to award the RFP so that we can begin, not finish, begin negotiations so that we can sit down, all of us, individually, ascertain exactly what's important to each of you and to the community members and constituents that you represent, and devise a plan that balances those competing objectives and delivers an outcome that the city can be proud of. That's all. I'm asking to have a fair shot at giving you, Commissioner Fernandez, exactly what you're looking for.
Mr. People, thank you for sticking through this. Okay, it must be very frustrating. 6, 7 times to come and kind of get, you know, a gray area. Look, what was, I'd like to have like a candid conversation with everyone up here. I'm not on finance, but I'm here as a participant. Obviously, it'll be going to the commission at some point, hopefully. What is your favorite, like, let's put away the price. What would be your favorite option? Commissioner?
I'll speak candidly. My fear is we really don't know the structural integrity of this project. And my fear is we're going to sit here and go through, jump through these hoops and go through a year-long negotiation, and we'll say, yes, let's preserve this. And then we really get in there under the hood and go, wow, this is impossible. And we just had a similar conversation with the Jackie Gleason where we go, you know what, it's not the responsible thing for taxpayers to throw good money after the bad. My fear is, and facility, I don't want to put you on the spot, Liz, or if we have our building director here, or David, my fear is we're throwing good money after the bad by looking to preserve this. That is my thought without truly seeing any type of architectural report I actually wouldn't understand. But that is my fear, that we essentially sacrifice and we say, okay, well, we're willing to give up on some economic returns and benefits here to the city under the name of preservation, and we're actually not able to do so. Any preliminary thoughts, it's like, yes, you're onto something, or no, you don't have to worry about that at all.
The building is in dire repair. It hasn't been recertified. It has a lot of structural issues. In fact, the times that we have done sweeps to get into the building, we've had to use drones because it's just unsafe at this point.
So where I'm going with this, Raquel, please.
I just want to add that for every structural or engineering report that the city has undertaken, we have provided that to the developer to ensure that they understand and have our best understanding of the condition of the facility. And we have oftentimes pushed the developer to make sure that they understand how much this development would actually cost if they would have to preserve the property. And they have assured us that they've done their due diligence and that they are confident in their pricing. So we've expressed concerns about that, and we've provided them with all the information possible based on the studies that we have.
And I guess where I'm at is, of course, I'd like the preservation option, right? But I'm very apprehensive saying, this is the option we're directing you to go down, despite the developer saying, hey, we're good with that. And the egg left on our face 2 years from now, when they start spending money, and they go, you know what? Sorry, we can't do this. This building is just past its useful life, and we are sitting back here at the table. That's why I'm very hesitant going with an option preserving this building. We're giving up economic returns. We're not getting the finished product we want. That's my biggest concern. I don't have a dog in this fight. My dog is to see this activated as quickly, expeditiously as possible. We just learned at the last public safety meeting, 800 police calls are called there every single year. The neighbors don't want that, right? The neighbors don't want that. I don't think that they're going to care and say, oh, wow, there's the Barclay restored that actually has been boarded up for 15 years, so thank goodness. I want the option that provides a good return to the city, that ensures us with the greatest likelihood of success for this project. If my colleagues decide preservation is the route we look to go, I'm not going to stand in the way, and I will collectively look to get behind and support this, because I want this to be unified, not divisive. The only interest I have is seeing the greatest chance of success for this in the quickest fashion way possible. I want to go back to some of my commission colleagues, but then I also understand we have Daniel Serrato, who I want to give the respect to here as well.
If I may, because I just want us to be very careful here. This building is within historic districts, okay? It's part of the Museum Historic District, and it's also part of the Architectural District. All right. That is so important. It is within the districts, that area south of 23rd Street, that we were able to get exempted from the unsafe structures bill that was seeking to preempt us, that the governor just signed, okay? Just like a few minutes ago. And so we sound hypocritical to Tallahassee when we say, yeah, don't give private developers that right. But you know what else is the city? Yeah, we'll do it. We don't care about our historic structures. We own it, so yeah, we can tear it down. But you, private property owner, that you invested from your private dollars to buy a piece of property, now we're gonna say you can't do with your property what you wanna do. It makes us look so bad as property owners when we do that, when we are advancing policy, when we're advocating on policy in Tallahassee as well. And so we have to be mindful of that, that we're not just looking at the optics of this property, but the bigger message that we say policy-wise within our city and when we're advocating on policy when we go to Tallahassee. I would say, you know, ideally, I think option number 2 it's a good option because we're still, you know, getting a substantial amount of units in the existing structure. We're getting 36 units in the existing structure. We're getting 77 units in a new structure. You know, altogether, we're getting 113 units, which I think, I think that's more than what we have in other options. We're using FAR as a tool to make it financially viable. My biggest holdback here is that what the city is getting up front sucks. You know, and so I can't vote on this today. The best I can do today is defer this. Is defer this to allow the developer to look at the numbers, see what, you know, I want to see option 2 with option 4 numbers.
So Donahue, would you have flexibility if the collective will of the body was to go forward with number 2 to tinker with some things, push here, pull there, and come back with better economic returns, whether that be height, whether that be the mix of market rate versus workforce and affordable housing? Would you basically have the confidence if we would hone in on number 2 to say, okay, I hear you. This is, we want to go forward with that option, but we need a better economic return. Would you have some push and pull metrics or levers you're able to play with there to sweeten that return?
I think so, and that's a great question, Commissioner. I'd prefer to engage in that discussion with city staff and with commissioners directly. I think there are a number of different levers that we can push and pull. There's creativity that is, in essence, the foundation of a public-private partnership that necessitates direct communication. I'm excited and happy to move forward with all of the guidance that the body is given, but would love to do so in a manner in which we can have direct conversations, not just with community members with whom we've had, but with commissioners and city staff, so that we can engage directly with the policymakers who are making this decision. And to that point, you know, 4 months ago, when we were last up here, or I apologize, we were last up here last month, but 2 times before that, we were told that this should go to the Housing Authority. And the city staff was directed to have joint discussions with us and the Housing Authority. We now have a finalized MOU with the Housing Authority as our partner. If that doesn't demonstrate the malleability of us as a development entity to conform to the desires of the body, I don't know what does.
Look, I wish we had seen this prior to whatever it was, midnight last night, or whenever we got it, not midnight, but at the end of the day last night. I wish a lot of things. I also respect the integrity of what you are trying to do here. And I'm going to reconsider my earlier comments. I stand by them, but I will say that for me, the most important thing is to make sure this facility, this building is preserved. And Raquel, it sounds like you have made it amply clear to Donahue that you're getting into a hornet's nest and you're still willing to do this. And what will be very unhappy making is if, contract is negotiated within the year and construction starts, and in 2 years from now you're like, oh, just kidding, I can't do it. Like, that would be problematic. But if you're standing here and telling us that you know what you're getting into and you can, not only that you can, but you will do it full stop. That is something that I want to consider in the mix here. So I will encourage a motion to the commission with a favorable recommendation for number 2, with the added encouragement. I mean, I know you need to make money. I get it. I know you're going to spend a shit ton of, a lot of money on trying to salvage the historic building, and I appreciate that. You know, what can I do?
Boucher to pay that fine.
Yes, thank you. I think that's number 2 now, so. So I understand it. There's a lot. We have, as a city, have some flexibility. You definitely have some flexibility. Like, I feel like we need to stop kicking the can down the road. So that's where I'm coming out on this.
Commissioner Suarez, and then I want to hear from
Option 2
Daniel
was $6
Cerulli.
million. That's just, do it.
I think what look, let's also remember that let's remember that Legacy was the only one that applied, right, for this bid, and the fact that he's still here after 7 rounds of this is encouraging. I think, you know, I don't want to discourage this developer from actually making something happen out of this site that's been abandoned for 15 years. I don't see any harm in bringing this to the commission, and having us, you know, at least move the discussion along instead of having it at a standstill. I think that would, at least on good faith, that what we can do to move this along and not stall it any further. I certainly understand the hesitancy from my colleagues, and look, you know, Commissioner Fernandez and I, we're going to be fighting for the best deal possible, and that's always going to be the case for the city, especially when it comes to, you know, our land. But at the same time, I think we extend an olive branch and say, hey, look, you know, we'll bring this commission, we'll keep this negotiation and discussion going, and bridge that gap where we can. Because look, you know, I don't think any of us are going to say, okay, option 2, for sure. I mean, there's probably going to be a blend, like what Commissioner Fernandez says, between option 2 and option 4, and I'm sure behind, you know, I'm sure that's what you can talk to us privately, individually, and discuss. So, you know, I'm not on finance. I would have wanted to move this forward just to the commission so that we can all discuss it finally.
Can I just make just a comment? I just want us to be mindful. What is the headline going to be? There'll be a headline about this, or there'll be an email about this, or there'll be people writing about this. And what people are going to say is that we are putting forward a bad deal for the city. And we need to think about the public's trust in our process. That is very important. And so I think if we're going to open the door for any sort of negotiation and making a recommendation for any sort of negotiation, and we're going to move forward anything today, I think we need to have a better understanding of what is that upfront payment going to be if we go forward with an option 2, where we're willing to look at zoning and FAR, which was not in the table, that was not on the table when this process started, by the way. But that's something that's on the table now. That law changed before you all responded after you all responded to the solicitation. But now that's a tool that's available. And that should materially change these numbers, the fact that we're willing to explore that. So before I vote on this today, and before I see it appear on agenda, because what's going to happen is that we're going to get flooded with, yes, there'll be some people from the neighborhood, they're going to say, yes, we want to see a change here because the site is in bad conditions and there's homeless and there's crime. We'll get some of that. But then we're going to get a lot of people that are going to say, but it's not a good deal for the taxpayers. And who ultimately owns it are not the residents who who live next to it. Yes, they're taxpayers too, but it's the entire city. All the taxpayers of Miami Beach own this property, and they want to see a good deal for them. So I need to know, if we move forward today with option 2, what is your upfront payment, the minimum that you're going to go to the table with as the starting point for negotiations with Raquel? I don't want to leave here today saying that it's $1.5 million, because I'll have to oppose that.
Well, Commissioner Fernandez, if I could, let's tell him what we want. If
I
we
want
wanna-
$6 million.
Commissioner Fernandez, I appreciate your comments, and I actually share the exact same sentiment. I recognize that land that the city of Miami Beach owns is extraordinarily valuable. It is an asset that needs to be oriented to the public good. I challenge you 2 places. The first one is that, is the public good surely a fiduciary obligation, or is the creation of new housing that reduces the incremental cost of housing that burdens so many city of Miami Beach members a priority? And secondarily, right, should the remediation of a derelict building that sat there empty and boarded up for north of a decade be a priority as well? Now, the second piece.
And
the second
I'm
piece
sorry,
is that-
but I'm sorry, Don. The thing is, a number of times, our community has shut down a number of projects because the financials were not to what the public deserved. And this is what I'm trying to tell you. We can move forward with anything, but then I know what's going to happen. The community is going to come out. They're going to email us. They're going to flood our inbox. They're going to show up. They're going to speak a Sunday, and you know what's going to happen? It's going to die a commission. And so we're just going to be wasting your time.
So I agree, right? I agree that there are going to be naysayers like there are for every development project. I agree. I also believe that at a minimum, Commissioner, you will be able to vote on this 5 more times. We are asking to start negotiations.
You are assuming now, because you are assuming the commission's vote then, that if this moves forward, that there's going to be five more bites at the apple, and you're assuming that.
And if the
And you
commission votes
cannot
it
you
down-
cannot assume that without coming to the table with something appetizing for the taxpayers that own this. And so to move forward from here, I strongly feel that we should defer until we can see a better number before us.
All I'd ask is that we can get to a place where you and I can sit down in a room together, and I can walk you through the numbers and the incremental benefits and the creative solutions that we can undertake to get you to the place
But you
where
realize
you
that
want to be.
procedurally that can only happen
Happen
after the city commission votes.
For the first of 5 times.
But
So get
but
to
you're
one,
assuming
and
but
before
you're
1 and
assuming
2.
that going forward with this is going to earn the city commission's vote equivalent to the trust of the community. And I'm sorry, I'm telling you, if we go forward with this to the city commission, I won't support this at the city commission.
All the vote at the city commission will say is that we are willing to entertain a conversation to get to a place where we can reach an agreement, as opposed to kicking the can down the road
The
for
vote at the
another
city
year to
commission
get to year
means,
18.
through the chair, the vote of the city commission means that we're accepting this as the opening for negotiation. And I cannot vote for that. I cannot say that what is before us should open up the negotiation. We're gonna move forward with option 2. I need to know from you, if, I said 6 million. What can you do?
Through the chair.
Commissioner.
So, just running the numbers, simple math calculator. Would you be willing to perhaps do the 5 million for option 2, but then forego the annual rent? I don't know how much appetite you have this of lowering the annual rent for the next 5 years, because 5 million divided by $250,000, for example, and then maybe make that up at the end of, so that basically what I'm saying is, give us the upfront money so that we can use that today, and the annual rent, for the first maybe 10 years we can maybe lower that significantly, and then bring that back up on year like 90 to 99. Is there an appetite for that?
So, and I appreciate the question, and Commissioner Fernandez, I actually want to respond directly to your counter. First of all, this has been a long process, and I, like you, am extraordinarily passionate about delivering something transformational to the city. So, to the extent that our conversation navigates itself into a bit of a disagreement, it's only in pursuit of the best outcome for all of us. With that in mind, we can get close to that number with a caveat. We retain the historic structure, but we're able to some degree to build above it in order to create additional density. And two, and this is perhaps the most important part and something that I'd like to be able to walk through with the body after we get through commission so that cone of silence is lifted, a reduction in the parking requirement. Because the challenge with
And
adding
those are things I can deal with. Those are things that is for you to negotiate with our negotiator. I just cannot open negotiations at $1.5 million. If you're telling me we can open up negotiations at $6 million and have them negotiate with you, you know, some of these requests about FAR and parking, I'm happy to support a motion in favor of option number two, so we can open up negotiations at that point.
And I do think that we have a lot of levers that we can push and pull here. Again, back of the envelope calculator, option number two, 113 units, 68% of them are market rate. That leaves 32 workforce affordable. Fair to say, back of the envelope of you'd have more price elasticity on market rate of $500 a month, right? So on 36 units, $500 a month, 12 months out of the year, that's an incremental $216,000 in annual rent. You could time value of money upfront that over the course of 99 years. You'd have the ability to essentially provide a larger upfront payment. One of those push and pull metrics could be the mix of market rate versus workforce and affordable housing. Point being, this is a starting point in the negotiation.
Starting point.
And I will back my colleague, Commissioner Fernandez. Under no circumstance do I want to turn around to our taxpayers and say, we're getting $1.5 million for this. So the direction I'd like to provide that I think my colleagues are aligned with is, let's go forward in option two. Like I said, I'm indifferent. My concern is we're going to preserve something. Maybe a few years from now, we decide we shouldn't have, but I will back them in their vision of wanting option two, but I want a higher upfront payment along with my colleagues. So under no circumstance will we accept $1.5 million, but let's move this forward to give you the ability to sit here and negotiate with Commissioner Fernandez, myself, the other commissioners, to essentially sweeten that pot and what the project looks like.
I think today I want to make sure that we're moving forward today with a recommendation that we move forward with option two. And what I was hearing from you, Don, was that we can move forward with option two at a $6 million upfront for as long as we can talk about FAR, for as long as we can talk about parking, these other zoning matters that we can discuss through the negotiation process. Is that correct?
That's correct. Provided
Thank
we have
you.
flexibility with parking, FAR, and affordability, we'll be able to get to your number.
I don't know how my colleagues are going to feel about the affordability, and I defer to them because that's more technical and they're more expertise on that. I'm flexible on the zoning components of it, because certainly when you look at the surrounding buildings, you do have some you know, like the Octagon Towers, you know. But that's all things we can discuss in the negotiation process.
Yeah, look, I'm not comfortable with horse trading from the dais. I think it's wildly inappropriate. I really understand what you're trying to do because it looks terrible, because nobody gets, the frustration of mine, most of you have heard me talk about this, nobody cares about nuance and words matter, right?
Yep.
And so I totally get what you're doing and I appreciate your sticking to your guns. I just want to say for the record, at the end of this, you know, after we move this forward and we negotiate, we might decide that, you know what, we're okay with 4 as the upfront number because we maintain the number of affordable workforce housing units, but we give on the parking and we give on the height or whatever. So, like, I just want it to be on the record that this is not the negotiation. This is the starting point of the negotiation. You guys will do a lot of talking. There will be a lot of discussion with us all individually and potentially back at FERC or some other committee or commission meeting to discuss this in a group manner so that, you know, instead of having these 5 options, we have now 3 options where we get 6, but we give up X, Y, and Z, or we get 5 and we give up X and Y, but we gain A, right? So that's where we want to come to. And we can't get to that until we give you the go-ahead to start having the conversation. I guess when I said I wasn't dazzled, it's because what I was hoping for was the next version of this, right? So I retract that too. So I'm not dazzled, not dazzled. Dazzled.
I just want to say it wouldn't be inappropriate to say that to start negotiations we want to see something better, because I think what would be totally inappropriate is to start is to give a nod to start negotiations on something that underwhelms us and that isn't fair to the taxpayers. That I feel would be just as inappropriate as what you've mentioned, and that's why I feel like for my vote at least to be able to recommend to my colleagues at the City Commission to say that we've vetted this is that at minimum before we open any negotiation, a minimum of this type of upfront payment.
Yeah.
I don't think that's inappropriate. I think that's fair to the taxpayer.
So you've done a fantastic job of giving us various options on this menu. Now, let's move forward with option 2 and give us a menu of options on option 2, right? For what we see what this project looks like with a $1.5 million upfront payment. Let's see what the project looks like, number 2, with a $3 million upfront payment, a $4.5 million, a $6 million upfront payment, and then we basically hone in on that. I want to go to Daniel Serrato. He's just done such great work for our community, not only locally, but in Tallahassee, and want to give him the respect to weigh in on this.
Thank you, Chair and Commission. Daniel Serrato with Miami Design Preservation League. I have to say I'm a little sick to my stomach, some of the conversation about the state of the Barclay right now. This is a city-owned asset. Any other building that were in this state of decay would be doing the recertification. And to think that since 2019, the city has received the majority of $5 billion in tax revenues, and we have a $40 million in resort tax reserves. To see one of our Art Deco landmarks treated like this, every single meeting, every deferral, you're not giving us enough. Well, that's fine, but I really need to ask you guys to take some leadership. I'm going to be reaching out to you all before the next meeting, and let's get the Barclay in a state of stability, because frankly it's a concrete structure. This is not Versailles, and I'm gonna not say how I totally feel, but hearing these options of no preservation, thank goodness we have our laws in place, so it's not up to one person who might not like it. We need to keep our preservation, our Art Deco, as shining examples. And so I really hope that if this is getting deferred again and again, that there at least is then direction to the city to take care of its asset, or else, frankly, let's give someone money to take it off our hands, because this city is not treating it with the respect it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Geraldo. We also have Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez on the line.
Commissioner.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I really wish I wouldn't have left the meeting, because I see that this is moving forward, and Commissioner Fernandez wanted to defer. I had to leave the meeting because it wasn't heard until 2, and the meeting was supposed to go until 1:30, so I had something. I would ask my fellow commissioner or bot, I could see that Commissioner Magazine is pushing forward. I agree with Daniel Serrato that we're not treating this historic property at all with any respect, and I feel that this is just a sentence to demolition, because I think that as soon as they start here, it's going to say, this is beyond demolition. And I would ask for a deferral on this, because I would like some sort of, guarantee that there is going to be no demolition. I was shocked and horrified, Commissioner Magazine, by your comments on this, just treating it like any other piece of property. I've never been so disappointed as when I heard this today. And I mean, I would like, maybe you need to tour the facility.
So Commissioner, I actually did,
and I would ask for a deferral. I wish it would have been. I'm sorry, but I'm being interrupted right now. Okay, and but I would ask for a deferral until I'm there. It was called after the meeting was over. The meeting on my schedule said that we were starting at 10:30, we were finishing at 1:30. It was called at 2 p.m. I would like a chance to weigh in on this in committee, and I would like a deferral, please. I'm asking my colleagues very kindly for a deferral on this. I've been sitting back. I'm trying to stay open-minded, but I really, when I see stuff like this taking place, it's very painful. So I'm not sure what direction we're going to take, option 2, but we got this last night. I really didn't even have the time to weigh in on this. I would, thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, for the deferral. I wish I was there to second you and defer this. I'm not sure that we have the votes to defer, but that's what I would ask, please.
Well, thank you for your comments. One, the meeting wasn't over. In fact, on your way out the door, I said, we're actually hearing the Barclay. 2, in terms of Mr. Serrato's comments and the comments about us not treating this properly, yes, I have toured the property. And I also saw my colleague's video tour of this property, where the next door neighbor came out and said, please move forward. Somebody was murdered here. There was a dead body found in this. And we're going to sit here and keep deferring and deferring. We all know that's not the end goal. We all know the end goal is to derail this. Okay, let's be honest about that. So if we appreciate this property and we want to see it preserved, every month that goes by, less and less likelihood of that actually happening happens. The only way to treat this property with respect is actually move forward with something. I don't care what that is. I don't care what option it is. I want to move forward providing much needed housing, getting economic returns to our city, not having our police department receive 800 calls to go out to the same property. Where is the outcry for that? Where's the outcry that we're going to strain police resources the same as caring about the state of a building? When we talk about what messages it will send, what message does it send that the city sat here with this fenced off for 15 years doing nothing, and we're going to keep doing the same? I don't care who the developer is. I don't care what we move forward with. This property is a plague on our city, and we need to move forward with something. This entire commission ran on moving forward. And we're going to sit here and just keep kicking it and kicking. I don't care what the numbers are. That's what a negotiation is for. This is a starting point. But to say, oh, we're not treating this with respect and we care about preservation, so we must defer this, when we all know the intent is just to derail it. If we care about preserving it, we need to move forward and realize that there's going to be naysayers, there's going to be detractors, we can't get everything we want. But if we want to preserve this property, we need to move forward. Simple as that.
Mr. Chair, so listen, I'll move forward number 2 with what was offered of the upfront $6 million to open up negotiations that with the, discussing FAR and parking and zoning and that type of stuff. I would love to see, because as you well mentioned, there's probably going to be 5 other votes on this in the future. If we send this, if we have the votes to send this to commission, I think as part of continuing this there, I think, people have brought up points about, what happens if the conditions of the building is as such that it ultimately leads to it being demolished. I just want to make sure that we discuss as part of negotiations, replication, if there's demolition. Because what we're looking at here is an option that looks to preserve the site while adding to the site. And I just want to make sure that if, as part of this project, anything happens that leads to it having to be demolished, well, then that we are able to consider replication as of the historic elements as part of that. Because again, we don't want to, be perceived as hypocritical when we're dealing with Tallahassee on policy. So I'm happy to proffer this motion.
And I will second this motion. We need to move it forward. I really want us to get out of the business of negotiating from the dais. I think it's terrible policy, terrible form. It's one thing to give direction, and this is a little bit of a very weird situation because we've been having this conversation for years and years in various configurations. So we have to take an action now. So I understand it. But it's not the first time since December that we've been negotiating from the dais, and I appreciate everybody's enthusiasm and creativity in trying to say, well, how about this? Does this, I get it, and I'm not trying to curb that, but this is not the way to do it. The way to do it is to talk to our staff and say, talk to them about X, Y, and Z, because this really matters. And I just figured, I saw this happen, and let our team do their work. Let's move this. It's been moved and seconded. I believe we have 3 votes to move it to the commission. And we just have to make it go down the process. And then I will leave it up to you guys with input from all of us to come back to us with things that we can then debate on and say, you know what, option 4, 3, 3.5, whatever the option is the right number.
So if I could,
Mr.
Raquel,
Chair.
I think you wanted to speak.
Yes, thank you so much. I do want to put a couple things on the record just for clarification. So we have not yet received any architectural plans that would support any of these 5 options. So we would need to receive said architectural plans to vet them and ensure that what is being proposed as an option is actually feasible. The other thing is that as far as parking requirements are concerned for affordable and workforce housing units, there's a significant reduction to the parking requirement that is already in place. I do want to also stress that along the lines of what Commissioner Bott is mentioning, staff would recommend that we have a fair opportunity to start an initial negotiation process rather than potentially 8 negotiations happening at the same time, whereas the developer is negotiating one-on-one with each elected, also negotiating with staff simultaneously. It can get a little confusing. We have heard what the priorities are. We do understand that lifting the cone would mean they would have an opportunity to have those conversations, but I would just recommend that we be able to come back with something and say, hey, this is what we've agreed upon, and maybe these are the 2 or 3 sticking points where we need you to weigh in and tell us, hey, we want to go this way or that way. So I just would recommend that staff have a fair opportunity to negotiate with the developer, and of course, input from the dais is certainly necessary, and we've heard you loud and clear. We understand where the priorities are leaning, and that is the approach that we would take in the negotiation process.
Yeah, I'll say I have no need to negotiate. Give me something my colleagues get behind, and I'm there. You've heard over the years what's important to me. That's activating this project, providing housing, and getting a good return from the city. I'm not going to step on your toes, Raquel. I want to leave this to city staff. So of those 8 possibilities, remove me from that. I have no need to talk or negotiate. If my colleagues are behind this, I'm behind.
And I agree. It should be, at this point, it should be whenever it goes to commission and gets approved at commission, we should give that opportunity to our staff to negotiate directly with them so that there's no political interference or pressure on either side of the matter.
and Mr. Chair, we have Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez would like to say a word.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank all of you. Thank you so much for respecting my request. That's it. If you would have asked me to defer an item and wait for me to weigh in on something that I'd kind of taken ownership, I think I would have listened to you, but I guess I don't deserve that same sort of respect. So thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Commissioner Bott.
Freddie, I see you in the back there. I have a question. The convention center has parking, right? So is it used overnight very much?
I'm going to call Monica Beltran up. The parking operation
sorry.
is managed by the city.
Thank you. Monica, hi. I apologize. I was just thinking parking in the convention center was a convention center question. Monica, the convention center has parking, right?
It does. For the record, Monica Beltran, Parking Director. It does. We don't allow overnight parking because of the events. For example, when we had a JIS, we wouldn't put there. But there is the Collins Park.
Okay, because I'm just thinking, where could other parking happen? So when you guys are negotiating, those options might be part of the conversation.
Right.
Otherwise, I vote yes.
If I may help facilitate the land the plane, I think, as Raquel had echoed, I think the developer and staff have heard a lot of suggestions about, what is and is not going to be acceptable. But if I can, to clarify, I think the motion is for this item to return to commission with a favorable recommendation to direct staff to negotiate with the developer on option 2 as presented, and return to FERC to review the draft agreement.
If I may clarify, the recommendation will be for the commission to award the RFP and to authorize staff to negotiate, and then to return to FERC and continue the process here.
Yeah, so to my colleague and commissioner and friend online, moving forward with this, this doesn't tie any hands. This is essentially just giving the developer the opportunity to negotiate with staff, negotiate with each of us. I'm not going to take that option, but that's what we're moving forward with. It's not as if we're awarding anything, handing anything over, settling on any type of terms. This just allows the flexibility to actually a negotiation to begin. Tanya?
So- no.
Or out? No, in terms of moving forward?
We're done.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
And we'll show it by acclamation?
Yes.
Thank
We are, just so again, Chair, and maybe that might.
I think it should be a 3-1 vote, given what we just heard.
Yeah.
Can she vote virtually?
Well, I wouldn't show by acclamation. You can show 3-0.
3-0, okay. Thank you. If I can, Chair, we're an hour and a half beyond schedule.
Can we take up the ombudsman item? Yes. Yeah,
If
can we vote to extend it for?
Yeah, I think just for the purpose of that, we're at an hour and a half now, so I don't know how much time you're expecting, maybe an hour and 45-minute extension, which give you 15 minutes to do this item?
Yeah, that works.
Okay. We're going to be hearing item number 27, create condo ombudsman position, number 27, and we have our human resources assistant director.
Hi.
How
Good
are you?
afternoon.
Welcome. Thank you
Sonia
for all that you do for
Wallflower,
the city.
Assistant Director for Human Resources, the Chair and Commissioners. So this item was a referral from the Commission to create the condo ombudsman position. And we are recommending the salary range for the position. I do have a draft job description for the position. And so it's up to the committee to, I guess funding is the only issue.
If I may, Chair, just like any of these funding items that aren't budgeted or brand new, and we're just, beginning our 25 budget process, the recommendation, from the administration would always be that these would, if it's favorable coming out of committee, to go to commission to make this a priority during the 25 budget process would be the recommendation. Thank you.
And this is sponsored by Commissioner Bott, right? Do you want to introduce it? Where I'll if somebody could direct me to the page, that'd be great, but
66.
I agree with the concept. I don't want to get it down into the weeds about what the salary should be. I'll leave that up to our very capable and competent city staff, nor do I even know what that recommendation is because I can't find the page.
Oh, if I may, what it would do is if this does come back, we would work on that for the salary, and it would be shown as a commission priority during the budget process, and would be listed as an enhancement for the commission to vote on it as a whole?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think it needs much more conversation than we've already had. We've discussed it at commission. We defer to your expertise. I certainly cannot make this stuff up, so I wouldn't want to try. I would like to prioritize it because as we see from the Tallahassee takeover, increasingly people who live in condos are faced with questions they never anticipated and don't know where to turn, and that's what this position would be about.
Right.
So, go forth and do your thing, babe.
I just want to make sure, if I may through the chair, just want to make sure that this is, again, I mentioned this at commission, this is for condominium ombudsman. I would want to make sure that we are creating a position that's for a Florida certified condominium attorney. I just want to make sure that whatever we recommend incorporates that into the language. I don't see it here. Is that?
It is in the item, and that would be incorporated
Yes.
into the job description.
As a minimum requirement.
That's a
Yes.
minimum requirement.
Yep.
Correct. If I may, it sounds like, so this item would return to commission to make the condo ombudsman position a priority during the upcoming budget process.
Yeah, well, I said I wouldn't weigh in on the salary. It just seems like a huge range of 100%, right?
So the salary range is, it's an unclassified position. The salary range is pay grade 26, which the beginning salary is 117,000 to 213. The salary range for the state's ombudsman position begins at 90,000, I believe. That position is, that job ad is still open, from my understanding, calling the state. It closes today. So it begins at 90,000, you know, based on experience and the skill set of the applicant. I'm not sure how much it would go up to, because they don't give an ending range for the state position. But the recommended salary range for our position is, it's similar to a first assistant city attorney position, so.
I think that makes sense. I mean, this is, I mean, we're looking to hire someone of quality. I think when we look at the state's salary for it, it's no wonder the position is vacant when you see what it starts off at. And, you know, this is someone that's gonna be helping our residents. If we pay well for people who are helping us with our legal matters, you know, if we're gonna be putting someone to be helping our residents and taxpayers who elect us with their issues, with their homes, I wanna make sure it's someone that has the caliber and the experience necessary, and we can only, you know, follow your recommendation on what the appropriate salary would be. If that's what the professional recommendation is,
yes.
Then I'm fine with that.
All right, thank you.
I think all we need is a vote. I can't say acclamation anymore, since we're, it could be we recorded as 3-0.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
See it recorded so.
Motion to adjourn. Anything else? We worked overtime
Well, lots,
today.
but
Yeah,
and then not that we're getting
Well,
to
what
today.
else should we, is there anything else we gotta
that's,
do?
Is there anything that people need called as a high priority, or are we good?
I'm not aware from the administration side there's anything that is requested to be completed.
Lunch.
May I ask, Monica, do we have time on the parking rate thing? Sorry.
Which item, Commissioner?
The two parking items are linked to
Oh, that's
4
commission,
and.
never mind.
Yeah, that,
Sorry.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lunchtime.
Lunch, dinner.
Lunch or dinner? All right, guys, have a beautiful weekend, everyone.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn. All right.
Thank you.
Do I vote? Can I vote?